this, Geetha, when you see like something that's like free cash flow was like so overwhelmingly positive and everything else not so great. I feel like this is like case in point of like why bondholders and shareholders care about different things. So is this maybe something where if you're a debt holder of Warner Bros. Discovery today, you're just like, praise be, they're going to pay down debt. This is a great deleveraging story, or like you can't even take that kind of an angle?
It is a good deleveraging story, and they've done a great job. I mean, they paid down more than $5 billion in debt, Molly, through 2023. But then, they had some pretty ambitious leverage targets. So we ended 2023 at 3.9x. Their goal was to get to a 2.5 to 3 times leverage ratio by the end of 2024. They're obviously not going to get there. I think, the way that bondholders are going to look at this is obviously the EBITDA guidance, or the lack of guidance, kind of speaks volumes at this point. The earnings pressure is just tremendous right now for this company. I think once we get to below 3 times a leverage ratio, I think that's when the stock will really kind of start to work, both on the equity side as well as on the credit side.
All right, Geetha, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Geetha Ranganathan, she covers all the media industry, all the companies there for Bloomberg Intelligence, really leads our effort there, and we appreciate getting a few minutes of her time. Just a real time of transition in the media space here as the industry tries to transition from what was a traditional media model where you bundled everything up in a cable package and you paid your 80 or $100 a month and everybody made money all throughout the ecosystem. And that was a very, very good business for shareholders and for bondholders. Now this transition to streaming, the economics are uncertain at best. And investors are saying, I'm going to wait on the sidelines before I get back.
I'll maybe, not to toot my own horn, but I did just get cable for the first time in my life.
Really?
In my new apartment. It's part of our maintenance fees that we get a deal with RCN. So maybe I'll be helping them in some way.
Because you're a what?
Spectrum, cable,
no,
cord cutter.
No, just like what's
millennial. Yeah, that's the label. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So wow. I mean, a millennial getting into the pay TV ecosystem.
Look at that.
That is it's a story in and of itself. All right. Very good. S&P 500 absolutely flat on the day. We're gonna have more coming up. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
updates, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 11:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here on Bloomberg. On Bloomberg, those earlier gains for the S&P 500 index gone. Right now, we are looking at a loss down half a point, little change. We have got Dow Industrials higher by 115, trading at a record, holding on to a gain right now of 0.3%. But the earlier gains for the S&P have evaporated, now in the red. We've got NASDAQ down just about 0.3%, 10-year 4.27%, with a 2-year right now 4.70%. Keeping an eye on Warner Brothers Discovery shares. Stock is plunging today. In fact, it has fallen to a record low, down now by 12.1% after the media company reported fourth quarter results that missed expectations. Geetha Raghunathan follows the media space for Bloomberg Intelligence, and she was a guest right here moments ago.
You know, their EBITDA for 2023 came in way below guidance. They had guided to somewhere between $10.5 to $11 billion in EBITDA. It actually came in at $10.2 billion. And I think what's worse and what kind of really spooked investors was there was absolutely no guidance whatsoever for 2024. Kind of, suggesting, consensus had 2024 estimates at about $10.5 billion. I think it's going to be way below $10 billion.
And again, we do have the shares down by about 12.5%. We're keeping an eye on AXT shares. They are soaring after the maker of compound semiconductor substrates reported fourth quarter results that analysts see as strong, along with giving a positive outlook. That stock now up by 70.6%. Substrates, by the way, are seen as the foundation of a semiconductor. Spot gold trading higher, 0.5%, 2,033 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.8%. Again, recapping, S&P now fluctuating between gains and losses, little changed, up now by 1 point. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Right, how we got Charlie Pellet. Thank you so much. We appreciate it here. So looking at President Biden is actually speaking in Washington, D.C. at the Governors Association here, and we're just kind of monitoring it to see if he says anything of note that we'd want to bring to you. So we will certainly monitor it, and we will dip into it if we have anything to report. But right now, we're going to focus on the municipal bond market because it is Friday, and that's what we do here on the municipal Bloomberg Intelligence. We love the municipal bond market. Who doesn't? It's a big market.
Munis.
I love munis. And
Huge
you know
fan.
what? It's also sponsored. Focus on Munis is brought to you by Build America Mutual, insures U.S. municipal bonds that finance essential American infrastructure and provides guaranteed income to improve any portfolio. Be part of a Building America. Invest in BAM, insured bonds. So there you go, our good friends at BAM. Joe Misek, he covers municipal bonds. He's been doing it forever. I'm not suggesting that he's long in the tooth or anything, but he's been covering this municipal bond business for quite some time, even the Dutch when they were here on this island. So he's been around. Hey, Charlie, you got a great piece out that's just kind of right up my alley. Colorado ski town. So we'll get to that in just a moment. But let's go down to Washington, D.C. Let's go to our President Biden. Let's listen in.
He would roll over them. 2 years later, he remains wrong. He didn't do that. He wasn't able to do that. Kyiv is still standing. Ukraine is still free. And the people of Ukraine remain unbowed and unbroken in the face of Putin's vigorous onslaught. This is due to their sheer bravery and their sacrifice, but it's also due to us. Remember, the United States pulled together a coalition of more than 50 nations to support Ukraine. We unified and expanded NATO. We can't walk away now. And that's what Putin is betting on. He's betting on we're going to walk away. That's why I'll be speaking to the G7 folks, so some of the heads of the European Union and NATO today. That's why I'm announcing more than 500 new sanctions in response. In response to Putin's brutal war of conquest, in response to Alexei Navalny's death, because make no mistake, Putin is responsible for Alexei's death. Yesterday, I met with Alexei's wife and daughter in California, where his daughter attends college. Alexei was an incredibly courageous man. His family is courageous as well. I assured them his legacy will continue to live around the world, and we in the United States are going to continue to ensure that Putin pays the price for his aggression abroad and repression at home. But let me be clear. The House of Representatives must pass the bipartisan national security bill. The bill provides urgent funding for Ukraine, and it passed overwhelmingly in the Senate. And there's no question, none. If the Speaker called for a vote in the House, it would pass easily today. Instead, they went on vacation. I mean, it's just, well. Look, folks, all kidding aside, history's watching. The clock is ticking. Brave Ukrainian soldiers and civilians are dying. Russia is taking Ukraine territory for the first time in many months. But here in America, the Speaker gave the House a 2-week vacation. They have to come back. They have to come back and get this done. Because failure to support Ukraine in this critical moment will never be forgotten in history. It will be measured, and it will have impact for decades to come. And I want to thank all you governors here and I urge you, if you agree with me, and many of you do, to urge your congressional representatives to force this bill to be brought up. America can be relied upon. America stands up for freedom. We never bow to anyone, particularly Putin. Look, folks, now on another important work we're doing. I want to thank you all for delivering historic results for the American people. You've been incredible partners. Governors know the measure of success isn't how many partisan points we score. It's did we fix the problem? Did we fix the problem? We disagree on how to fix the problem many times. We're all here for one reason, to fix the problems, to get things done for families, for communities, for the country. That's why I kept my commitment to be president for all Americans, whether you voted for me or not. In fact, we've invested more in all we passed in red states than we have in blue states. That's a fact. Billions of dollars more of what we passed is invested in red states than blue states. I came to office when the pandemic was raging and the economy was reeling. But we've turned things around with your help. The American Rescue Plan provided $350 billion to state and local governments. And many of you put that money up for cops on the beat, bringing down violent crime across the nation, which we've done, to bring 500,000 teachers and other school personnel back into the classrooms, to prevent foreclosures and evictions.
All right, that was President Biden. He's speaking down in Washington, D.C. at the Governors Association. We want to take a couple of those comments as it relates to the sanctions and his intention or his urging Congress to pass the legislation that would allow for the aid package to Ukraine and other parts of the world. So we want to bring those comments to you. Let's get back to our discussion on the municipal bond market. Joe Mysick joins us here. He covers the municipal bond market for Bloomberg News. Joe, you wrote an article about Telluride, one of the places I really, really want to go to, a great ski resort in Colorado, but it's kind of remote, to say the least. But they just hit the municipal bond market. What are they using the proceeds for?
Well, you know, they're using more than half the issue. I think it's 55% of the deal, which was $32 million around there, for affordable housing for teachers. And this is one of those trends in the United States, believe it or not, where the more, how to put it, the more swanky, the more posh municipalities are pricing out people who are, you know, the workers. So yep. Teachers, police, firemen. So Telluride is building an apartment building.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen it in other resort towns like in Orlando. This is for their employees at Disney World, for example, building some housing down there because some of these resort towns, particularly some of the ski towns, which are remote, and nothing's more remote than Telluride, you know, the homes are so expensive there. You know, the people that just work there, like teachers, they can't afford it.
Yeah, it looks like in this story, too, that, you know, mentioned that the island of Nantucket off of Cape Cod and also Wellfleet in Massachusetts has done these so-called workforce housing bonds. It's interesting, though, because I was thinking, you know, as maybe somebody from the Northeast here, I just know Telluride as a ski town. I honestly didn't really know there was much of a local population there. So tell us about, like, how many people is actually really going to help?
Okay, it's a small town, so it's a little over 2,000 people. By the same token, it's also the surrounding school district. So Telluride itself is 2.2 square miles. The school district is a little over 300 square miles. And so you have a population there, I think it's San Miguel County, of about 8,000 people. But, you know, the number of teachers there is under 200. But still, they're building 25 units of affordable housing, and they have a waiting list for it. You know, as the finance director of the school told me, you know, we're remote here. It's not like you can commute in from Denver, which is a 6.5-hour drive. I didn't realize it was so far down there.
Yeah, I mean, you want to get to Telluride, which is one of the reasons I haven't gotten there, because it is so remote. I like to just shoot up to Vail or something like that. It's easier. The district currently provides housing for about 10% of its 136 full-time and 16 part-time personnel, and wants to increase this to 1/3. Base rents are 25% of salaries.
This is crazy. The market rate rental in the town can run from $4,000 to $5,000 a month for a 1-bedroom apartment. That's got to be more than New York City.
It's crazy.
That's
I know.
wild.
It's tough. Joe, guess what?
No, wait a minute. That's it?
The president ate into your time, Joe. What can I do?
Man.
I mean, it was President Biden.
The Biden bump.
Exactly, the Biden bump. He
It's
got
tough.
bumped by the president. Joe Mysak, Joe Mysak covers all the municipal bond stuff for Bloomberg News, and we love talking to Joe about the municipal bond market. Lots of fun issues out there. It's a critical market for local and state municipalities to fund their growth. It's a great investment, triple tax-free. If you're in a high tax state like I am, it makes some good sense. Joe, thanks so much. With our news, in New York City, here's Michael Barr.
Thank you very much, Paul, Molly, and Lisa. And we just mentioned that President Biden just spoke a few moments ago calling for the House to pass a bill for aid to the Ukraine. Tomorrow marks 2 years since Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Today, the U.S. is rolling out sweeping sanctions on more than 500 people and entities tied to the Kremlin's war machine. Deputy Treasury Secretary Wally Adimo spoke to Bloomberg.
The key thing that we're doing today is we're sanctioning a number of companies you've never heard of that Russia has set up to try and buy things from India and other countries. And by sanctioning those companies, we put them on the radar of companies in India and in countries around the world, and they know that they can no longer do business with them.
Some of the sanctioned people and entities include a military drone manufacturer and Russia's Mir payment system, a company that specializes in three-dimensional printed plastics. Meanwhile, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer is leading a delegation in Ukraine today. Israel seeks open-ended control over security and civilian affairs in the Gaza Strip. That's according to a long-awaited post-war plan by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. It was swiftly rejected today by Palestinian leaders. Intuitive Machines is the first private space company to reach the moon. Bloomberg's Alex Webb has more on the mission.
The thing is, of course, that it's where they've landed that is quite significant, because they've gone for the South Pole, and that is where there are some resources, potentially, not least water. They think they're sure there's ice there. They need to know kind of how much, because if you have ice, you can turn that, if you have water, you can turn that into oxygen and hydrogen, which potentially means you have the potential to create fuel to use the moon as a staging place for elsewhere, or just to send stuff back to Earth. So that landing position is quite interesting.
Bloomberg tech reporter Alex Webb. It's the first time the U.S. has reached the moon's surface since 1972. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr. This is Bloomberg.
stories, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 11:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. I'm Charlie Pellet. We have got the Dow higher, S&P back in the green, has been fluctuating between gains and losses, but right now looking at a 6-point advance. Yes, at a record on the S&P, up by 0.1%. The S&P now at 5,093, was trading above 5,100. NASDAQ, though, in the red, down 28, drop there of 0.2%. The NASDAQ 100 index also retreating, down by 0.2%. 10-year yield 4.25%, with a 2-year 4.68%. Stock market losing steam somewhat today, with the largest technology companies falling after that powerful rally that was driven by the artificial intelligence optimism, specifically NVIDIA. NVIDIA shares are higher now by just about 1.2%. So what about the market backdrop? Mona Mahajan is Senior Investment Strategist at Edward Jones.
The fundamentals are intact to a large extent. We are seeing inflation moderate, although albeit not in a straight line lower. We are seeing Fed rate cuts on the horizon, and we're seeing an economy that is holding up better than expected. So fundamentals are intact. Would we expect volatility along the way? Yes, but we would use that volatility as the opportunity. We don't see these corrections turning into something more nefarious like a bear market.
Spot gold right now up 0.6%, 2,037 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.9%, 77.10 for a barrel of WTI. Intuitive Machine stock jumping higher right now. We've got the stock soaring after a lander from the commercial space startup touched down on the moon yesterday, making it the first private spacecraft to land on the lunar surface intact. Shares of Intuitive Machines, LUNR on the ticker, up now by 28.2%. Recapping stocks higher, S&P up 5, up 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Molly Smith and Paul Sweeney, we're live here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. We're streaming live on YouTube, so you can head over to youtube.com and search Bloomberg Podcast, and that'll get you there. You know, I don't know what to do with this market, Molly. Maybe is it just all NVIDIA all the time, all tech?
Seems like it.
All tech.
AI or nothing.
All tech, yeah, exactly. AI or nothing. But let's talk about this market in a more broad sense. Lorene Gilbert can help us do that. She's the CEO of WealthWise Financial, joining us via Zoom from, I believe, Houston, Texas. So on behalf of Houston, Texas, I'll call out WTI crude oil. It's off about 2% today, $77. I think the people in Houston care about that stuff.
I think they do.
Yeah,
just a little bit.
Lorene, thanks so much for joining us here. What do you make of what we've experienced over the past few days and a few weeks as it relates to AI and NVIDIA and what it means for the tech space and the market overall? I haven't seen anything like this in a long time.
Right. Well, we are in the age of AI, which is similar to the age of the internet when it came to be, although this is going to transform really every sector and every business. And so it is a huge story. It is the catalyst of the market and will continue to be. And the good news from NVIDIA yesterday really was that it spread across the semiconductor space as all of these different companies are looking to get some market share. And so while we still don't know who the winner is right now, certainly NVIDIA has been, but we like the whole space of semiconductors and also what it's going to do to other sectors as well. So that is the catalyst.
How are you feeling right now about earnings in general, Lorene? And I mean, obviously there's a lot of positives to take from these AI stocks, but what about elsewhere?
Yeah, so with over 80% of S&P having reported, we're having a good earnings season. We've clearly come out of an earnings recession with year-over-year growth over 5%. So we're in pretty good space there with earnings. And we do see opportunities in other areas of the market. Communication services is one that we like quite a bit, as well as healthcare is another sector that we like, just with inflation continuing to come down. And so the story is that the backdrop is there with inflation coming down, with the Fed that's going to make a move sometime this year. We're still holding on to the idea of May be the first rate cut, even though probability has come down to 21% now for a May rate cut. We still think, it's sooner than later with a rate cut, which is going to help then many items, especially even housing and home builders for the second half of the year. So we do see a lot of optimism in areas of the market.
Lorene, I see that you like preferred stock, and we don't talk about preferred stock market, opportunities with preferred stock, why in some markets it's a real advantageous vehicle. How do you think about preferred stock?
Yeah, the way that we're thinking about right now is the yield is good, and it helps us mitigate duration risk on fixed income. And so it's a nice play between the stock and the bond, and looking at preferred stock as a way to capture some yield and mitigate some risk.
Well, how are you thinking about the broader fixed income space right now? You just said that your bet is sooner rather than later for a Fed rate cut, which seems like is not what a lot of Fed officials are saying these days.
Right, and there's always what is being said and what will ultimately be done. But so having some duration is good, but not extending too far. We're just pretty close to the benchmark as far as duration is concerned on fixed income. We do like fixed income, and we do think that fixed income is going to be a good part of a portfolio this year, as we don't see necessarily a straight line in the equity markets. And so having some fixed income there will be good to moderate risk on the equity side. We're also looking at the earnings yield on stocks right now is not that attractive, compared to 10-year treasury. So, looking at that idea. So once again, a blended portfolio we think is going to be a good story this year. And of course, just depending on somebody's risk tolerance, where will that blend be? But not being all equity or not all fixed income, but having a blend, we think is going to be provide some decent returns this year.
Hey, Lorraine, what do you hear from your clients about their interest in, I guess, alternatives, whether it's private equity, private credit, maybe hedge funds? What's the interest level there, and kind of how do you steer them?
Yeah, we like alternative investments. We hold alternative investments in the spaces, you've mentioned a number of them. And there's liquid alternatives and there's non-liquid alternatives. And that's really the conversation to have with investors is, how much liquidity do you need? And certainly what the public markets offer us is liquidity, and that's important. And then there are ways to drive more alpha, more excess returns versus what might be expected. And those are some of those non-liquid alternatives. So I think a combination of both is important. And once again, looking at investors to see what kind of liquidity they actually need.
So it sounds like tech's a good place to be right now. You mentioned you also like some communications sector stocks. Where else are you looking in terms of the industry breakdown?
Well, like I was mentioning in healthcare, we like biotech as well, just because that is an area that as inflation wanes, tends to be positive for that area of the market. Those also tend to be oftentimes smaller companies. And while we're still seeing a dominance of the large cap space, we think there will be a reversal to that trend this year, and we'll see benefits from smaller cap companies as rates start to come down. So that's another area that we like.
All right, Lorraine, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate getting a few minutes of your time. Lorraine Gilbert, CEO of WealthWise Financial, joining us via Zoom from Houston, Texas. All right, Molly, new digs. You got the new Lux apartment in Manhattan.
Yeah. It's getting there.
The first time you're owning, not renting.
That is correct.
That's huge.
I got a little scared because I have a weird problem I discovered this morning. My bathroom only has hot water, not cold.
Okay, that's a challenge.
I feel like this is a good problem to have, relatively speaking. But I'm like, damn, who do I call for this? Do I call the super, or do I have to get my own plumber? What's a girl to do? So I'm a little lost at the moment. But better to have hot water than not hot water.
Now this is relatively close to the office, so you can walk.
I'm sure you let everybody know here. We are in 4 days a week.
Yes.
I'm very close by. I am in person in the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. I'm very accessible.
So what is the market like now for buying in New York?
It's very scary. Very, very scary
There's
place to be.
Not a lot on the market.
No,
right?
it's just like the housing market in the rest of the country, really, that especially when you're at the quote lower end, that there's not a lot of inventory out there. And so it's challenging. And a lot of buyers will pull, they've been desperate, they've been screwed before, and they're going to pull some crazy maneuvers to get the deal done.
Right. So, all right. And I'd say the rates tick back up a little bit here, the mortgage rates. But
back above 7 this week, yeah.
So, but the expectation is that our Federal Reserve will be cutting rates later this year. Maybe buyers will get a break there. So we'll have to see. But right now, sellers, they're not selling. Why would you? Alex Steele sitting on a 2 3/4% mortgage. How about that? This is Bloomberg.
your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. After yesterday's earnings-inspired 16.4% jump, NVIDIA shares are advancing again today. Right now, NVIDIA's up another 1.4%. NVIDIA becoming the first semiconductor firm with a $2 trillion valuation, another milestone in its ascendancy as the biggest beneficiary of a rush into AI-related stocks over the past year. Rivian Automotive down today, again down by another 10% after UBS cut its recommendation to sell from buy and slash the share price target by 2/3 on a view that a changing electric vehicle backdrop will make it harder for the auto company to ramp up profitability. Rivian was down 25.6% yesterday. General Motors Cruise autonomous driving unit is nearing the resumption of robo-taxi testing in coming weeks. And with that story, here's Bloomberg's Denise Pellegrini.
Charlie, sources are telling Bloomberg that Houston and Dallas are emerging as potential locations for all this. That follows the grounding of its fleet last year. And the sources say the cruise unit is in talks with officials in several metro areas, including those two Texas cities, about resuming tests on public roads with safety drivers. Before suspending operations over safety concerns in October, the company had hundreds of cars in San Francisco and smaller numbers in Austin, Houston, and Phoenix. And the robo-taxi company has been working to earn the public's confidence after one of its cars struck and dragged a pedestrian in San Francisco back in October. That sparked allegations from regulators that Cruise withheld key footage and details of this incident. Charlie.
And that's Denise Pellegrini reporting. Right now, we do have General Motors shares advancing by 1.5%. GM now at $39.90. And those are our top company stories at this hour. I'm Charlie Pellet, and this is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, looking at these markets real quick. S&P 500 up about 1/10%. The Dow Jones Industrial is 39,200. It's up 0.4%. Nasdaq's off about 1/10%. Yields coming in as well, about 6-7 basis points on your 10-year, 4.25%. That's noticeable just in the last few minutes. And WTI crude oil off 2.3%, $76.80 per barrel for crude oil. Right now, with our news in New York City, here's Michael Barr.
Thank you very much, Paul, Molly, and Lisa. President Biden just spoke about U.S.-Ukrainian aid. The president is calling on the House to act.
The bill provides urgent funding for Ukraine, and it passed overwhelmingly in the Senate. And there's no question, none. If the Speaker called for a vote in the House, it would pass easily today. Instead, they went on vacation.
Biden spoke during a conference of the nation's governors in Washington, D.C. The U.S. has unveiled its biggest sanctions package on Russia since the war on Ukraine began. It targets more than 500 people and entities in a fresh bid to squeeze the country's economy and send a message over the death of Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny. Entities included a military drone manufacturer and its top staff. Meanwhile, ABC's George Stephanopoulos asked Ukrainian Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba if Ukraine would consider striking a deal with Russia to end the war.
Can you accept a negotiated settlement that consolidates some of Russia's gains, say, in Crimea?
Would you give up a part of a U.S. state to an invader? I don't think so.
Kuleba spoke on Good Morning America. For the first time in more than 50 years, the U.S. is back on the moon. Houston-based Intuitive Machines partnered with NASA in sending the lunar lander to craters along the moon's south pole. Florida is on the verge of passing one of the nation's most restrictive bans on kids' use of social media. The state Senate has passed a bill that would keep children under the age of 16 off popular platforms regardless of parental approval. This mom lives in Orlando.
It's definitely, I feel like, up to the discretion of the parents, and I have no idea how they're going to control something like that because kids can always get on and just lie about their birth date anyway, so I have no idea how something like that could even be controlled.
It now goes back to the State House. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr, and this is Bloomberg. Paul, Molly.
All right, Michael Barr, thank you so much. All right, Molly, what do I need to know about the state of women's tennis?
I think the number one player in the world right now has really been showing up strong since going out a bit early in the Australian Open last month. She's been...
And who is this?
This is, you want to try her name?
No.
Okay. Iga Swiatek.
Swiatek.
Correct.
Swiatek.
From Poland.
Okay.
And I think she's still 22.
Wow.
Somewhere thereabouts.
Yep.
She's something about like 25-1. Like since like in like the past month or so. So it's like really just she has been completely dominant. You know, they like to call her the bagel factory because she or a bakery rather, because she hands out a lot of 6-0 or 6-1 sets. So bagels and breadsticks. Very popular from her. So she's just been completely dominant. You know, she's been playing really well. Coco has also had some pretty good results, showing to be still very consistent. So yeah, there's always a lot to watch.
And what's happening? And the next Grand Slam is French?
Correct. Yeah. So not until the end of May.
Okay.
And then we've got the Olympics, which is also going to be played at the French
Now, are we
Open
going to get
grounds.
the? Oh, this is going to be the French. Are we going to get the A players? Are the A players from each country going to go? Like the really good ones? Do you think?
I don't know. Not every country has 8 players to send in tennis.
Right, but if is Coco going to represent the U.S., for example? Like,
there's going to be more than just her playing.
Right. So I guess my question is: are the top players from each country going to go? Or are they going to say, no, I don't want to go to the Olympics?
No, I think for a lot of them, yeah, they'll definitely say, you know, it's a really unique opportunity to represent your country. But if for tennis, Olympics are not the same kind of, you know, aura as in other sports. You know, the Grand Slams are really more what people are fighting for, and of course have the ranking points.
Right.
And it's going to be sandwiched right between Wimbledon and the French, so it could be tough timing.
Interesting. That'll be good. It'll be right there, Roland Garros. That'll be cool.
That's right.
All right, Molly, thanks so much for joining us today. That was great. Whenever we get Molly, I just always have to get some tennis talk in
Tennis and economy.
Tennis and economy, maybe in that order. This is Bloomberg.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
1 week to the start of a government shutdown, 1 day to South Carolina. Welcome to the fastest show in politics as we gear up for news from Congress to the campaign trail and to space. As we wake up today with an American-made lander on the surface of the moon for the first time in 50 years. We live in interesting times. I'm glad we can share them together on this Friday edition. Reporting ahead this hour from Bloomberg's Christian Hall in South Carolina, Jenny Welch here in Washington, and insights from former NASA astronaut Leroy Chow with analysis from our panel. Bloomberg Politics contributor Jeannie Shanzano is with us, along with Lester Munson at BGR Group. We got a lot to talk about. We start, as always, on Wall Street with an update on trading, and for that, we turn to Charlie Pellet. Hey, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much, Joe Matthew. We have got the Dow, the S&P higher, NASDAQ in the red. Do want to begin with that lunar lander, though. You touched on it briefly. The stock of the company behind it is absolutely soaring today, up by 26.7%. That company, Intuitive Machines, it is jumping after a lander from the commercial space startup touched down on the moon yesterday, making it the first private spacecraft to land on the lunar surface intact. Analysts said the successful landing validates the company's technology and positions it well to win future contracts. The ticker, LUNR. The stock right now up by 25.9%. Stocks are advancing with the S&P trading back above 5,100 for the first time today, now at 5,096, up 9, gain there of 0.2%. We've got the Dow up 135 now at a record up 0.4%. NASDAQ little change, lower now by 1 point. 10-year yield 4.25% with a 2-year now at 4.68%. We do have spot gold advancing 0.7%, 2,039 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude oil right now is lower by 2.4%. So the bottom line here, U.S. stocks are trading mixed with the S&P again at a record. So should we be fearful with stocks trading at record highs? Evan Brown is portfolio manager at UBS Asset Management Americas.
don't fear all-time highs, but we are taking some chips off the table just because of it's been an exceptional run, and there's just really no bears left, right? We've been overweight equities for a while on this idea of this soft landing gaining momentum, and you've got data that's been pretty much as good as it gets.
And you can hear more of that conversation on the Talks podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. Again, recapping, stocks higher, NASDAQ back in the green, higher by 4 points, and the S&P at 5,097, a record up by 0.2%. Balance of power continues. Back we go once again. Here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, thank you, sir. Great to see you in New York this week. Nice to be back here in the nation's capital. Welcome to Friday. You made it to the threshold of the weekend. And we have a lot to cover. Even without lawmakers in town, this has been an incredibly busy cycle. And we're going to start with an eye on the campaign trail, because here we are. It's South Carolina time. That did seem a long ways off back in Iowa and New Hampshire, but it's time to go. And as we have been telling you, it's not looking great for Nikki Haley in her home state. We're going to connect with Christian Hall in just a moment on that. He's on the ground for us in South Carolina. But we have to take a broader look at the calendar here. Next Tuesday, the Michigan primary. It's not a question of who's going to win. Joe Biden will be the Democratic winner in Michigan, but there are questions about the margin, with a lot of concern by Arab American voters in Michigan about what's happening right now in Gaza. Then we go to the end of the week with what appears to be the start of a government shutdown. You didn't hear it from me. What do I know? But lawmakers we're talking to don't seem to have a path. There might be some kind of an agreement that emerges this weekend, but it's entirely likely we will have at least a brief shutdown. And then we flip into the following week with the State of the Union and Super Tuesday. You ready for all of this? We're going to go through it together. And we start right now, as I mentioned, with Christian Hall, who is in South Carolina for tomorrow's primary. Christian, it's great to have you. I know you're bombing around the state right now, joining us by phone. It looks like Nikki Haley loses between 20 and 30 points. I don't want to act like I know what's going to happen, though. Tell us what you're hearing on the ground.
I mean, Joe, it is really fascinating to see how Nikki Haley, a daughter of South Carolina, born and bred in the state, she was governor, and she was elected twice by voters in the state of South Carolina, a very popular governor, and just to see her standing in the polls, it is striking. I've been following Nikki Haley from South Carolina, New Hampshire, Iowa, and the tone is very different here in South Carolina. I was at a rally yesterday, and two Trump supporters were pulled out of the audience as I was arriving. I mean, there were Trump supporters on every corner surrounding the event with, signs saying, "Go Trump." So it's just really interesting to see Nikki Haley being received like this in her own state.
It's remarkable. Great description, Christian. Our headline says it all on the story today. South Carolina to Haley. Thanks for everything. We prefer Trump. What happened to her in South Carolina, or is it simply a MAGA story?
I think more than anything, it's about how Donald Trump's control over the GOP has really changed the electorate. I mean, just a few years ago, Nikki Haley was seen as this rising star on the fringe of the, Tea Party, and there was so much excitement about her and the future of the GOP. And I think the bigger story here is just how it is amazing how Donald Trump came into the GOP and basically made it his own. And a lot of the establishment figures are now, backing Donald Trump.
Quite remarkable. I'm guessing this is going to be an early call tomorrow, Christian. The polls that we've seen, as I mentioned, if you look at a composite of all the polls out there show Donald Trump up by 20-plus points in South Carolina. I'm guessing this is an early night. Do they both hang out, do the traditional victory concession speeches? What's your expectation?
Well, I think that we're going to still see that. I mean, I think for Nikki Haley, she's going to try to show this sign of strength, right? And that she has what it takes to eventually win the nomination in November and take on Donald Trump. And in the near future, make it through Super Tuesday. South Carolina is going to be really important for her to show donors that she has what it takes to continue this race and that she's a good investment for them. I think for Donald Trump, he's going to start turning away from focusing on Nikki Haley. I think that he wants to change this race from a primary to a general election as fast as he can. He wants to set his sights on President Joe Biden and what he sees as Joe Biden's failures, and that's where he wants to move. And I think South Carolina, getting a significant win in South Carolina, is going to be what he needs to do that.
Well, this is really fascinating stuff, because you could argue he's been waging a general election campaign at the same time as sparring with Nikki Haley ever since they left New Hampshire. But we'll be tuned into what's happening tomorrow. Christian Hall, it's great to know that you're there on the ground for Bloomberg here. And keep your eyes on the terminal and, of course, Bloomberg.com for analysis. We'll be talking Monday about results from South Carolina, which should be interesting here. Headline on the terminal: more to hold Russia accountable on Navalny will come. That's from John Kirby at the White House, speaking for the national security team there, and a pretty interesting story that we're going to dig into a little bit later this hour with Bloomberg's Jenny Welch. Sanctions rolled out today formally, a new package against Russia following the death of Alexei Navalny. But how about what's happening on the moon today? This is remarkable stuff. For the first time since 1972, the U.S. is back on the moon. It's an amazing story, knowing that there was already one failed attempt by a rival company, in this case, Intuitive Machines. Who says you can't make money in space? You saw this stock today. Did you hear Charlie talk about it? LUNR, up 25% after they made it happen, 6:23 p.m. yesterday, landing a robotic spacecraft on the moon, becoming the first private firm to pull this off, to place a vehicle intact on the lunar surface, and it was made in the USA. We're joined now to talk about it by Leroy Chow. Pretty fantastic. Former commander of the International Space Station, of course, a longtime NASA astronaut, spent 229 days in space across 4 missions, co-founder of the CEO of One Orbit. Leroy, it's great to have you back on Bloomberg. Good to see you. I just wonder if you can frame the significance of this more than 50 years later.
Yeah, you bet. Great to be back with you guys. And yeah, it was quite a historic moment yesterday when the Intuitive Machines lander, Intuitive Machines lander successfully touched down on the surface of the moon. As you pointed out, it's been over 50 years since the U.S. has put anything on the moon. And this is the very first time a commercial company has successfully created a spacecraft and landed it on the moon. So this is a big, big deal. As you pointed out, other people have tried and failed. Other nations recently, including Russia, tried and failed to put a lander on the moon. And so for this company to succeed, really says a lot for their engineering, the talented folks working there, and I think the future is going to be bright. And it's conducting a number of different experiments now and measurements, and will continue to do so. The other significant piece of this is that they landed near the south pole of the moon. Only India has done that, and that was recent as well.
Talk to us why that's significant. Obviously, the public-private partnership is very real in space. Elon Musk has proven that to us. SpaceX, with a long history working with NASA. But this expands the picture. And to your point, it's bringing us to a different place on the moon than we've ever been.
That's right. So NASA is interested in the South Pole region because it appears to be abundant with ice water, particularly down in some of the craters like Shackleton Crater, which never sees the sun. So the temperatures are very low there. And that's where NASA will probably want to establish a lunar base in the future for sustained exploration of the moon. The reason water is important, of course, we need water for life. It would be nice to not have to bring all your water with you on your expeditions. But beyond that, looking into the future, water can also be separated into hydrogen and oxygen, creating the potential for future rocket fuels, right? And so a lot of exciting things happening there. Also, even though we're on the South Pole, we are in a region where it's always facing the Earth. That is, the moon base and the spacecraft always see the Earth, and that means you have uninterrupted communication between the vehicle or your future lab and the Mission Control Center.
This is incredible. Commander Chow is speaking to our future here to go beyond the moon, of course. And I'd love to hear you talk about that, Leroy. The moon as not only a research station, but a gas station, a way station on the way to other planets.
Well, that's right. And so liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen are rocket fuel. They can be rocket propellant. It was certainly used on the space shuttle for many, many years as the main propellant for the main engines, the liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. But of course, those were loaded here on the Earth. If we can launch empty spacecraft or nearly empty spacecraft and refuel them in space or even near the moon or even on the moon, then we've created the potential to go much farther into space. So current architectures don't envision or don't rely on taking the water ice from the moon and converting it into rocket propellant, but it certainly is something that's possible for the future.
Fascinating. This lander here specifically from Intuitive Machines will someday have people on board. Now that we've proven its ability to land safely as an empty spacecraft, how soon will that happen, where we have a private mission putting human beings on the moon?
Well, as you know, you mentioned SpaceX. They're not sitting still, working very hard to develop and prove out the Starship and the Falcon Super Heavy booster being designed as a fully reusable system. In fact, Elon Musk says one day a version of the Starship will take around 100 people at a time to Mars. In the more near term, SpaceX is one of the contractors that NASA has brought on board to create a lander to land humans back on the surface of the moon based on their Starship technology. Jeff Bezos' Blue Origin is part of another group that was also receiving NASA funding and support to create another lander. And so, you know, this kind of the idea is you don't put all your eggs in one basket, but this new model that created the Intuitive Machines lander, of course, no humans on board, but proves that this is a great model and it works. And so very exciting, as you point out, to look to the future to hopefully sooner rather than later getting humans back onto the surface of the moon.
We've made the point a couple of times, Commander, that this was not a first attempt. We saw a number of failed attempts most recently, just last month, actually. I forgot, this was just as recently as January. This company, Astrobotics lander, had an engine failure just after reaching space. What did this group do right?
Right, and so unfortunately, Astrobotics vehicle, once they got into orbit, there appeared to be some kind of a valving problem, or anyway, they had a burst in a propellant line or a propellant tank, so they didn't have the fuel to make it down to the moon. They did manage to salvage a little bit from their mission, but you know, of course, did not land. And so, what Intuitive Machines did differently, I don't know the precise designs, of course, but clearly they didn't suffer any kind of failure like that. They did have a few hairy moments there as they were getting ready to come down. Their radar system, which is a ranging radar telling them the distance to the moon, they were having some issues with that, and they actually were able to create a big software patch very quickly, test it, get it on board, and they used an experiment, a LiDAR, a laser ranging system, not unlike some of the ones that the police might use to try to give you a ticket here on Earth, but that was just to be an experiment. But they used that for this operation to do the ranging and successfully landed on the moon with an experimental piece of hardware.
Fascinating. You know, there's a real debate here on Earth about where we should be spending our money and whether it's ethical or right to be spending money on research in space when there are people starving here on our planet. We've been hearing this since before the Apollo program, Commander. When you see the marriage of government and private enterprise working together here, does that change the dynamic when it comes to money?
Oh, yes, absolutely it does. And when we get into the numbers and the budget, if you look at NASA, except for the Apollo program, since the Apollo program, and certainly for the last several decades, NASA's funding has generally been much less than 1% of the federal budget. And so when you say, wow, we've got all these social problems here on Earth, that's all absolutely true. That takes a huge portion of the national budget every year. And so if we took that less than 1% that we're spending on NASA, and look what we get for it all the rovers that we have on Mars, the research work, the great discoveries in our solar system on the moons of Saturn, the moons of Jupiter, not to mention the human spaceflight program and International Space Station, all the people those programs employ, we're going to fire them all, put them all out of a job. The contractors, they're all going to go out of business. Now I've got all these unemployed people, so we could save that less than 1% and put that tiny drop in the big bucket of spending for social programs. So it's a matter of balance. It's a matter of making sure that you do have the right proportions put into different buckets. Everyone's going to have their own opinion on that. But at the end of the day, I think the positives that come out of the space program are much, much outweigh the negatives.
So when are you going back?
Well, I've been out of NASA now for quite a number of years, and so they're not going to be calling me back. They've got plenty of qualified people in line, ready and chomping at the bit to go, and I'm going to be here on the sidelines cheering them on.
You get to buy a ticket now. That's the whole point. Commander, it's great to see you. Thank you for coming back to talk to us here on Bloomberg. Always fun to spend time with Leroy Chiao, former NASA astronaut with an American-made lander on the surface of the moon today. We talk a lot about the depressing news here on Earth, but it's a pleasure to spend some time talking about something with a bit more optimism. We'll have more coming up with Bloomberg's Jenny Welch on Balance of Power.
It's 12:21 on Wall Street from Bloomberg World Headquarters. I'm Charlie Pellet. Stocks higher across the board. NASDAQ back in the green, barely up by 1 point right now. We have got the S&P 500 index at 5,096, a record, but we were trading above 5,100 earlier in the session. Right now, looking at a 9-point gain, up by about 0.2%. Dow Industrials up 135 for the Dow. That is a gain right now of just about 0.4%. 10-year 4.25% with a 2-year 4.68%, and West Texas Intermediate crude down 2.6%, 76.57 for a barrel of WTI. Spot gold up 0.7%, 2,038 the ounce on gold. Bottom line here, stocks are struggling to gain much traction. Big tech losing steam after that powerful rally driven by the AI euphoria. Today, looking at NVIDIA shares, they continue to advance. NVIDIA up now by another 1.6%. AXT shares are soaring after the maker of compound semiconductor substrates reported fourth quarter results that analysts see as strong, along with giving a positive outlook. Substrates are seen as the foundation of a semiconductor. The shares, the stock right now, AXT, up by 71.1%. Again, recapping, stocks are trading mixed now. The NASDAQ Composite Index just turning lower, down 3 points. The S&P up 9, gain there of 0.2%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That Joe Matthew in Washington is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Okay, Charlie, we thank you as always. Welcome to the Friday edition of Balance of Power here on Bloomberg Radio. On the satellite and on YouTube, you can go there now. Hope you'll join us in the studio. Go to YouTube, search Bloomberg Global News, and you'll find our live feed on what is the day before the 2-year mark. We're talking about, of course, Russia's invasion of Ukraine. It began 2 years ago tomorrow, and the Biden administration today is unveiling sanctions in advance of the anniversary as well as following the death of Alexei Navalny. All this as the debate rages in Washington, sometimes not raging very hard, over funding the war effort in Ukraine. And that's something that we're going to talk about coming up with Jenny Welch from our national security team at Bloomberg Economics, and something that we discussed last evening with Poland's foreign minister in Washington today for meetings with lawmakers, with officials at the State Department, and we spoke to him about the message that he plans to bring. This is Foreign Minister Radoslaw Sikorski with us on Bloomberg. Here he is.
I'd like to appeal to Speaker Johnson, as a former speaker myself, as the foreign minister of Poland, and on behalf of all of the European Union, in fact, please let democracy decide this issue. Please allow this Ukraine supplemental to go to a vote, because otherwise, if you preclude your commander-in-chief from doing what he wants to do, which is to help Ukraine defend itself, U.S. credibility will be damaged.
We heard from a number of lawmakers who received that message at the Munich Security Conference.
How was that?
If you were indeed, if this bill does not get to the floor in the U.S. House, is there a plan B for Europe to try to make up for some of that money?
Well, remember, Europe contributes more to Ukraine than the United States. We've already contributed 80 billion roughly, and we've passed another 50. The Ukrainian state would not be functioning without us sending them 1.5 billion euros per month. But you can't fight the war with pensions and employee salaries. You actually need 155 millimeter shells. You need the effectors to the Patriot missiles and so on. And those come overwhelmingly from the United States, from American factories. As Europe, we are making new purchase orders in the United States. But Ukraine needs to defend itself against this Russian onslaught.
But, Minister, Europe is missing. It's not going to deliver its own target of 1 million shells to Ukraine by March, as promised. That has now been pushed back. That number has not been delivered. How close is close, though, if we're talking roughly half and now that target's pushed to the end of the year? I just wonder if Europe, too, is failing Ukraine in some way here.
We are close. I've literally, before walking into the studio, received a copy of the letter of the High Representative, who's informed us, and I don't want to misquote it, but I think it's around 850,000 shells. We are gearing up our European industry for being able to produce 1 million shells per annum, and they will start arriving in quantity to Ukraine by the end of the year. But first of all, Ukraine still needs to survive till the end of the year. And secondly, the Russians have been ramping up their production even more. They've gone onto a war footing, and we are still on a peacetime basis, and we need to go into a crisis mode.
Poland's Foreign Minister Sikorski talking with us here on Balance of Power last evening. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. My colleague Kaylee Lyons will be with us next hour. She was part of that conversation as we bring Jenny Welch into the conversation now, Bloomberg Economics Chief Geo-Economics Analyst. Jenny, it's great to see you. 2 years tomorrow. You can hear the severity in his voice while we're talking about this. But on this day that we're announcing sanctions, you say it all. Sanctions can help can be powerful tools, but they cannot win wars. Weapons can. That's what Ukraine wants.
That's exactly right. And I think the foreign minister is echoing their sentiment that we heard a lot at the Munich Security Conference last week from other European leaders, that as we're heading into the third year of this war, in some ways, Ukraine is facing some of the greatest challenges it's faced since the early days of the invasion. It's running low on munitions, it's running low on manpower, and Western aid is delayed. U.S. aid is held up in Congress, and the Europeans are working to try and deliver and fill that gap, but they're going to struggle to do that.
His message is, I'm assuming, going to fall on deaf ears for many lawmakers on Capitol Hill, which is why I want to ask you about the sanctions today. I mean, this is quite the biggest one-day round of sanctions that we've seen yet we had been told that we were already doing everything that we could. How is this different than what's already been done?
The sanctions package that was announced today was 500 designations on entities that were either linked to Navalny's imprisonment or linked to Russia's war effort. And they include entities outside of Russia, like this Iranian facility that might be involved in attack drones. They also include a new payment system that Russia's been standing up to try and evade sanctions. I think what they represent is new sanctions in relation to Navalny's death, but also sanctions that are meant to target evasion of the sanctions that have been laid out to date. Okay. So again, the payment side, the evolution of Russia's relationship with Iran and supplies that Iran might be providing there.
Do we think that this moves the needle? Because it seems like one of the lessons of this war has been that sanctions don't always work.
I think it depends on what your goal is. The sanctions to date have been effective at certainly degrading Russia's war effort and denting its economy. But they obviously haven't curtailed the war itself. They didn't prevent the war, and they haven't destabilized Russia's economy. In fact, my economist colleagues expect that Russia's economy could expand by 1 to 1.5% this year.
That said, does it change behavior?
I think what it shows is that the United States is trying to cut off, in collaboration with European and British and other G7 partners who have also announced sanctions this week in the lead up to the anniversary. They're trying to cut off all avenues of financing and technology to Russia. And it's going to be a little bit of a cat and mouse game of constantly having to go after the new evasion vectors that Russia and its partners are leveraging. Yeah. And I think that's going to be an ongoing effort.
Do we have any update on funding? This is something that seems to have fallen off the radar entirely on Capitol Hill as we gear up for a potential government shutdown a week from today. The president's now reaching out on his own to take action on the border, making us feel like that deal in the Senate is history.
The deal from the Senate, which included $60 billion for Ukraine as well as aid for other partners, is now waiting for the House when they come back on February 28th to take a look at.
You heard the foreign minister. He says, let democracy have its say. The speaker says it's DOA.
Exactly. There's been so much back and forth on some iteration of this bill, whether it includes anything on border, whether it doesn't. This is the latest version of it. Where it goes from here remains to be seen, obviously, but the Hill also only has a few days before they come back and when there's a potential government shutdown on March 1st. There's not a lot of time there, and they seem very far apart on this issue. And the challenge is the Biden administration said back in October when they asked for this money, there is no special secret pot of money that they could turn to if they don't get this funding. The last delivery of weapons to Ukraine was in late December when that funding ran out. There haven't been any since. And again, Ukraine's running low on those munitions. Europe is struggling to fill the gap.
Well, so I guess, I wonder, and boy, Skorsky made that point that Europe as a collective is giving more to Ukraine than the United States as a single entity. At what point does this become too late? That's the real question now, isn't it?
I think there's still time. Ukraine is signaling quite strongly that, yes, they really need this aid. Yes, they're facing a lot of challenges, but there's no desire yet to try and enter peace talks with the Russians. So I think we still have some time, but certainly the concern is that the Russians are pressing very aggressively against the front line. We've already seen Ukraine have to withdraw from one eastern town. There could be further losses, and the more they lose, the harder it is to retake.
It's interesting we talk about the loss of Avdiivka, the name of the town that you're referencing, whether that was actually because of a lack of ammunition, because of the lack of funding, or simply Russia's advantage on the battlefield?
It's very hard to say. I mean, they had been held down in that town for a very long time. Ukraine had been saying also for a very long time that it was being outgunned by the Russians and having to limit how many, certainly artillery and other ammunition that it was using leading up to it. I think there's an argument to be made, certainly going forward, that they are going to be effectively kneecapped if they don't have ammunition to use on the battlefield, just given the state of play of this war, that it has become almost a war of attrition in terms of who's got the most artillery.
Sure, yeah. There was a time when it felt like, whether it was true or not, that Ukraine was winning. Is Ukraine losing?
I wouldn't say they're losing. They're holding up, certainly better than expectations. If you remember where we were 2 years ago, very few people, people did not expect Ukraine to hold out, certainly as long as it has and as well as it has. But I would say it's not over yet. Obviously, what Ukraine is aiming for is to retake as much of its territory as it possibly can and walk into any future peace talks with as much leverage as possible. And the concern is, if they lose additional territory or if they are at risk of losing additional territory, will they face an impossible choice there?
These are tough questions, and we're working on answers with the help of Jenny Welch. Great to see you. Jenny, she advises our economics team at Bloomberg Economics on the impact of national security, and a trusted voice here on Balance of Power. We'll assemble our panel next. Let's bring you up to date first on world and national news with Nancy Lyons in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington. Hi, Nancy.
Thanks, Joe. Tomorrow does mark 2 years since Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Today, the U.S. rolled out sweeping sanctions on more than 500 people and entities tied to the Kremlin's war machine. President Biden spoke about it during a speech to the National Governors Association.
We in the United States are going to continue to ensure that Putin pays the price for his aggression abroad and repression at home.
Biden again urged Congress to address the foreign aid package that's already passed the Senate. As for the sanctions, Treasury Secretary Wally Adeyemo joined us to provide some details.
The key thing that we're doing today is we're sanctioning a number of companies you've never heard of that Russia has set up to try and buy things from India and other countries. And by sanctioning those companies, we put them on the radar of companies in India and in countries around the world, and they know that they can no longer do business with them.
Deputy Treasury Secretary Wally Adeyemo was a guest on Bloomberg Surveillance. Tomorrow's a big day for Republican voters in South Carolina. They'll be choosing between Donald Trump and Nikki Haley, the state's former governor. Oakley Dixon admits he's still mulling over who he will vote for.
You know, it's a toss between the two, because I think they both did great things for our state, but leaning which way I'm going to go, I haven't decided yet.
Haley still trails Trump in recent polls. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg World Headquarters. I'm Charlie Pellet. 12:40 the time right now on Wall Street. Stocks are trading mixed. We have got the Dow, the S&P, they're both higher. NASDAQ in the red, trading lower. 8-point gain right now for the S&P 500 index at 5,095. Was trading above 5,100 earlier in the session. Right now, the S&P is looking at a gain of about 0.2%. Dow Jones Industrial Average is advancing by 0.3%, up 107. That is a record for the Dow. NASDAQ in the red has been fluctuating, but right now the NASDAQ Composite Index is down 5 points, a drop there of less than 0.1%. 10-year 4.25% with a 2-year 4.68%. Gold up 0.6%, 2,037 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude is down 2.3%, 76.81 for a barrel of WTI. Economists continue to discount the likelihood of an impending U.S. recession, and with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
This month's Bloomberg survey of economists projects U.S. economic growth topping 2% in 2024, higher than the prior survey. They're betting on the labor market and consumer spending, even with mounting job cuts and global turmoil. Case in point, Bloomberg News reports a Fidelity fund manager sold a huge stash of treasuries, wagering the U.S. still has room to run. At the same time, former Treasury Secretary Larry Summers urges caution, citing the global turmoil. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
Federal Reserve Bank of New York President John Williams says the economy is heading in the right direction and it will likely be appropriate to cut interest rates later on this year. Carvana shares, they are driving higher by 32%. Carvana topped Wall Street's profit expectations in the final months of last year and said it does expect improved earnings this quarter, sending its shares up the most in 7 months as the used car retailer defies the challenges of high rates and inflation. Again, we've got Carvana advancing now by just about 32%. Recapping, stocks are mixed. The Dow, the S&P, they're both higher. NASDAQ in the red, but the S&P right now up 4 points, up by about 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, Charlie, thanks. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Thanks for being with us on the Friday edition of Balance of Power here on Bloomberg Radio, on the satellite, and on YouTube. Find us on YouTube now. If you search Bloomberg Global News, you'll find the live feed of all of our shows throughout the day. And we'd love to have you with us here in the studio. As we prepare to assemble our panel, it was 2 years ago, right? January of 2022, the beginning of, or the walk-up to the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. Tomorrow is the 2-year anniversary. And as new sanctions are rolled out today by the administration, we're told the biggest one-day package ever. I recall the writing in the New York Times 2 years ago about the idea of disconnecting Russia from the SWIFT banking message system. At that time, New York Times said in sanction circles, a move by the U.S. and its European allies to cut Russia off from SWIFT would be characterized as a nuclear option. Reminding us, 2014, when Russia annexed Crimea, there were calls for that very thing to happen in the Obama administration. At the time, Dmitry Medvedev, Russia's prime minister, said such a move would be a declaration of war. And we did it anyway. Has it made a difference? We're still talking about whether sanctions are working as we now walk up on the 2nd anniversary. With our panel, Jeannie Shanzano joins us now, Bloomberg Politics contributor, along with Lester Munson at BGR Group. It's great to see you both here. Happy Friday. Thanks for coming along. Jeannie, is there any point to more sanctions?
You know, the administration said if this happens, they were going to respond. They have responded, and we're still waiting on the details on that. As you mentioned, they say it's the largest package that we've ever seen. But much more important that these sanctions, which most of the research shows are not incredibly effective. So much more important is to get the aid over there that needs to be invested in Ukraine to help them push Russia back. And it is the absolute failure of Congress to pass that aid, which is much more critical than any sanctions. So yes, put the sanctions on, but you've got to follow that with aid. And that's where we have seen our own domestic political chaos have an enormous impact around the world. And the whole world is watching, and it is embarrassing at this point.
More than 500 people and entities targeted in this latest round here, Lester. Will they change any behavior?
No, they will not. It's not bad to do them, but it's probably wrong to think that this is dispositive. I would much rather see the administration open up the spigots on American energy and flood the zone with gas and oil and really drive down prices. That will hurt Russia more than anything. Also, the administration could move the Repo Act, which passed out of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, which would allow the confiscation of Russian assets in Western banks, of which there are about $300 billion, I am told. That may take a little while to do, but that would send a very strong message to Russia that we're serious this time.
You mentioned the funding package, Jeannie. That would be the loudest statement that the U.S. could probably make, $60 billion for our own defense industrial base to support Ukraine. But that's going nowhere, right? Is there a path? I know it passed the Senate, but is this not DOA in the House?
Yeah, I mean, confounding, because Mike Johnson says he supports the aid package. He won't put it up for a vote for obvious reasons. Again, a reflection of the widespread dysfunction in Congress. And as Lester is mentioning, the Repo Act, absolutely. But anything that takes Congress to act is almost seen at this point as dead on arrival. And I think, one thing we do need, the president and particularly Republicans who are hawks and support Ukraine, to say very, very loudly, number one, this is not charity. Number two, this is an enormously important investment by the United States. We don't have anybody fighting there, no loss of life, yet we are confronting our bitterest enemy in the world. And more importantly, we are sending a message to our other opponents in China and Iran, that if they try to do these kinds of incursions cross-border, there will be a unified West waiting for them that will not relax. But what have we done with stalling this bill? We have shown Vladimir Putin to have been right when he said publicly, just give the West a little time. They will grow tired of this and we will have our way. And that's exactly what the Institute for War is saying is happening now, as they are making strides over there and we are not funding Ukraine in the way we need to or promised for our own security.
An important delegation in Ukraine right now, Lester, as I'm sure you heard, the Senate Majority Leader, Chuck Schumer, is leading a delegation to Kyiv with all Democrats. And familiar names, Jack Reed, Richard Blumenthal, Michael Bennett, Maggie Hassan. They arrived through the city of Lviv, coming through Poland, and they're going to be meeting with President Zelensky. What's up with the all-Democratic delegation? Is that the symbolism we want to send right now? Chuck Schumer couldn't bring a bipartisan delegation to Kyiv?
I think all the Republicans went to the southern border of the United States. I don't know that. I know some of them went the last few days. Joe, I think it's fine for Senator Schumer to go. I wish he'd brought some Republicans with him. I agree with Jeannie. The House should pass this package or some version of it soon. Send the message. Meanwhile, I think what we also really need to see is a president who is demonstrating that he is totally committed to this enterprise. Where is Joe Biden? Why is he not giving speeches? Why is he not out there in public? Why is he not traveling across the country talking about how important this is? This is the biggest foreign policy issue of his presidency. And he is, I don't want to say AWOL because that's not quite right, but he is, where is he? He needs to get out there. This is his package. He asked for it. He's got to put pressure on Congress, on Republicans to do it. He needs to show some leadership. He needs to send his cabinet out there. He needs to turn on all of the levers of White House persuasion and use them.
Yeah. Jeannie, you've got less than a minute. How about Joe Biden goes to El Paso and does the Ukraine speech from there?
Yeah, absolutely. We should say he met with Navalny's widow yesterday. I agree with Lester. He needs to get out more. They did release a statement in a video form, and he did do the sanctions. But, you can never say enough to ensure that this gets passed so they can get out there as much as they can. But it really, at this point, it's Republicans who are holding it up. And hawks and supporters need to get out there on the Republican side and combat Trump, not just Biden.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to El Paso. Jeannie and Lester will stay with us to continue the conversation as we turn our attention next to the campaign trail. South Carolina's tomorrow. Everyone thinks they know what's going to happen. We'll have more next, only on Bloomberg.
your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Capital One Financial's proposed acquisition of Discover Financial Services does include a $1.38 billion termination fee. Days after Capital One announced its purchase of Discover, some on Capitol Hill, including Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren, are speaking out against the deal. California Congressman Brad Sherman, a Democrat, weighed in on the merger right here on Balance of Power.
The issue I have is this going to destroy the Discover card, or is this going to turn the Discover card into a real competitor with the duopoly, the MasterCard Visa duopoly? We need more competition in the credit card space, and the number one thing to handle that, well, the number one thing is to look at the prudential soundness of these two banks and to make sure that they don't fail. But close behind that is this more competition in the credit card space or less?
And you can hear more of the conversation with Congressman Sherman on the Balance of Power podcast. Shares of Capital One Financial, they're up today by 1%. Shares of Discover Financial Services, they're up now by 2.1%. DraftKings shares are advancing today by 2.8% after Barclays raised its rating on the shares to overweight from equal weight, saying the total addressable market for online sports betting and gaming in North America is likely higher than previously expected. EOG Resources shares are lower as the oil producer's fourth quarter results missed expectations, and Wall Street analysts noted higher spending plans along with a lower oil production outlook for 2024. And those are our top company stories at this hour. I'm Charlie Pellet, and this is Bloomberg.
This is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
On the eve of the South Carolina primary, it's finally here. If you listen to this broadcast, this should not be a real surprise that Donald Trump's going to win Nikki Haley's home state. The only question at this point appears to be by how much. Polls show it between 20 and 30 points. And so I guess this is closing arguments for the primary in the Palmetto State, where Donald Trump has spent basically no money and Nikki Haley has dumped millions into the campaign. But what does it matter anyway when you have AI? With new details today from NBC News about this AI-generated ad that had everyone talking in New Hampshire. Enter Paul Carpenter, a magician from New Orleans. This is real. Says he was hired in January by a guy named Steve Kramer, worked on ballot access for Democratic presidential candidate Dean Phillips, who told us, remember, he knew nothing about the ad. This guy, Paul, holds world records in fork bending and straitjacket escapes, and used AI software to make the imitation of Joe Biden's voice, remember, urging New Hampshire Democrats to save their vote. He says it took less than 20 minutes and cost only $1. Jeannie Shanzano and Lester Munson. Lester, are we ruined?
Joe, I'm worried you like this story too much.
Well, I mean, it's a damn good story, but it's a scary one too.
Why do you need a magician to use the AI? Isn't that seems counterintuitive to me? I guess my serious comment might be what in the world was the purpose of this by the Phillips campaign, if true? It doesn't seem to make sense. I thought telling people not to vote was kind of the Biden strategy, not the Phillips strategy. So why was he pursuing it? I don't think Biden wanted a primary at all. Phillips is going in there trying to mess him up a little bit. It's a distraction for the president. None of this makes sense to me.
Jeannie, the Phillips campaign was contacted as part of this story. The campaign and the candidate himself, I read, expressed outrage when asked about Steve Kramer's alleged involvement, saying they'll never work with him again and may sue him. But it reminds us of what's coming in this campaign, doesn't it?
does. And you know, they're working with Steve Kramer. Apparently he also worked with the formerly called Kanye West, or what do we call him now, Joe? Ye, or I'm not good with his name.
Yeah, that was the Ye campaign, big one.
Yay, thank you. So, you know, I'm not sure why this would be a huge surprise to the Phillips campaign. I never understood to begin with why he was running. So, you know, this is confounding all over, but it is, in all seriousness, a sign of what is to come. You know, disinformation is just one of many things that the use of AI in campaigns and elections promises. And of course, that is a disaster in a democracy where we as voters and citizens depend on information so we can make knowledgeable opinions, or opinions that are knowledge-based. So this is a real problem. I would say we need some congressional action, but we just talked about the fact we can't hold our breath for it either. So we're sort of doomed, if you want to put it that way.
Jeannie Shanzano with the jokes today. Lester, what's the October surprise going to look like in this campaign? What's the deep fake going to be that impacts actual election results?
What if the deep fake is that we actually get to see the candidates without makeup or something, or what they actually look like in real life at, you know, age 120 or whatever they are? It seems like a dystopian future, Joe.
Yeah, well, I think we can agree on that. I knew that Lester and Jeannie would have thoughts for us. This is the kind of stuff we're going to be talking about in October, though, right? You're going to see a deep fake of Barack Obama or something. I can only imagine. My brain isn't big enough to handle it. We'll have more with our panel next hour. Lester Munson and Jeannie Shanzano on a Friday. They'll be ahead, along with General Mark Kimmett, on this eve of the second anniversary of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And most importantly, Kaylee Lyons on the way in next. She'll be here from Washington in just a minute. Hour 2 of Balance of Power starts right now.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Washington, D.C.
2 years of war in Ukraine and no path right now for U.S. funding. Welcome to the fastest show in politics on this eve of the war's second anniversary, with big questions about strategy and support. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington alongside Kaylee Lyons. I don't think we're going to get answers to many of those questions today, Kaylee.
No, we likely won't, although, of course, we've heard from President Biden today as his administration has announced a fresh batch of sanctions on Russian entities, more than 500, in fact, when we had previously thought perhaps all that was going to be sanctioned already was. But the question as we enter what will be a third year of this war between Russia and Ukraine is, will they have any effect? Will they actually impact Vladimir Putin's ability to continue on with this war against Ukraine?
Yeah, it's one thing, I suppose, to impact the economy in Russia, and you could argue that we have with the sanctions already put in place. You remember when heads exploded when we disconnected Russia from the SWIFT banking system? There have been moments, but it's not changing behavior in Ukraine, and that's where the administration's been confounded.
Absolutely, and this is, of course, as we're seeing Ukraine have to actually cede territory because they're running out of ammunition, which brings us back to the role of Congress here as well. They're going to return next week, have to deal with government funding, but we'll see if we actually get more clarity on what the path forward may be for Ukraine funding in particular.
It's 1 week from today. Just think about the next week. South Carolina tomorrow, Michigan Tuesday, shut down next Friday. Fast forward another week to the State of the Union and Super Tuesday. We're going to be a little busy around here.
It's going to be a rough couple of weeks, but at least today,
just
it's Friday. We have that going for us. And we got a little bit of a Friday rally going on. Small one, though, for the S&P 500. Charlie Pellet, we're at a new record high.
Indeed, 5,095 right now on the S&P 500 index. We did take out 5,100 earlier in the session. Right now on the S&P, looking at a gain of just about 0.2%. Bottom line, though, stocks are struggling to gain traction. Big tech losing steam after a powerful rally driven by AI euphoria. Right now, we've got NASDAQ barely higher, up by just half a point. The NASDAQ 100 index is in the red, lower by 11 points right now. now. The Dow up 88, record there up 0.2% to be sure. S&P also at a record. Any finish in the green today will be another record, with the S&P right now at 5,094. 10-year yield 4.25%, with the 2-year 4.68%. Spot gold higher by 0.7%, 2,038 the ounce, while West Texas Intermediate crude is retreating today, down 2.7%, 76.48 a barrel on WTI. Well, after yesterday's earnings-inspired 16.4% jump, NVIDIA keeps on going, up today by another 2%. And a headline right off the Bloomberg Professional Service, Jeff Bezos and NVIDIA are backing Figure AI at a roughly $2 billion valuation. Figure AI is developing a robot that looks and moves like a human. That is the latest from New York. I got you covered on the markets. Back to Washington. Balance of power continues. And here they are, Kaylee Lyons and Joe Matthew.
Charlie Pellet, live in New York. Thank you so much, as always, providing us with market updates on Bloomberg Television and radio. And of course, Joe, we entered this Friday knowing what news was going to be coming, that we were going to get a fresh package of sanctions from the Biden administration. They telegraphed this extensively. And there were a lot of entities sanctioned here, more than 500 people and entities, including a payment system in Russia pressuring their state-owned atomic energy company, Rosatom. But what's also significant is what was not on this list, not going after the Russian metals industry, not going after energy, and I'm sure political calculations here at home about what that could do to the U.S. economy and to inflation factor into that.
Yeah, it's interesting here. The biggest one-day sanctions package, after what we were told was the biggest ever round of sanctions against an economy the size of Russia. And look, there are still questions about the impact or not that these sanctions have had already. Naming names, I guess, is one thing. Like you said, 500 people and entities, but whether it changes behavior, brings people to the negotiating table, these are big questions right now as Ukraine starts to run out of time.
Absolutely, and it's a question we can pose to General Mark Kimmett, who is joining us now in Washington, retired Brigadier General in the U.S. Army, and of course, former Assistant Secretary of State for Political Military Affairs. General, always great to see you here in the studio. So Joe asks the right question. We have new sanctions. Will they do what others to this point have not, change the behavior of Vladimir Putin?
Probably not. Vladimir Putin is in a war to win it. He has put his economy on a mobilization for war. There are no critical materials that I see being sanctioned that would prevent him from being able to carry out the war in Ukraine.
Okay, so the message we keep hearing is if you want to send a real statement, fund the war, pass the bill. There's $60 billion on the table here that doesn't seem to have a path on Capitol Hill. But without that, General, what are the options?
Well, first of all, let's be very clear. The issue is no longer can we fund it. The issue is now to the point that after 2 years of war, can we make it? Let's take artillery shells, for example.
Yeah.
We only have the production capability in our industrial base to produce 28,000 rounds per month. And that's a doubling from where it was this time last year. We hope in 2025 to be able to produce 100,000 artillery rounds per month. The Russians some days fire 60,000 rounds at the Ukrainians. We just have such a shriveled military-industrial base that we don't have the capability, and neither do our European allies, to meet the demand of the Ukrainian battlefield.
Well, but it's Russia's industrial base that the Treasury Department has said they're really trying to target here. In fact, Wally Adeyemo, the undersecretary, was on Bloomberg earlier today and had this to say. Take a listen.
It's important to remember that our objective remains the same, going after Russia's military-industrialized complex and their ability to earn money to prop up their economy and buy the goods they need to fight the war they want. What we're doing today is we are furthering those actions by going after companies in Russia that are helping to build military equipment.
So they say that's their aim, General, but how far would the U.S. have to go to hamper Russia's ability enough if our own ability is subpar, as you say?
Yeah, I think that's critical in certain areas. There may be some supply chain shortages that we can impose by the sanctions package, perhaps on one or two types of systems, especially the high-tech equipment that they're using. You remember at the beginning of the war how they were harvesting transistors from the battlefield. But again, going back to what's killing people on the battlefield, what's creating PTSD in the Ukrainian soldiers, what is the main focus of the war right now is lobbing old, dumb artillery shells that are made of metal and gunpowder. And I didn't see anything in the sanctions package that's going to stop that. And I am concerned that that's what's going to bring this war to an end if we are not able to figure out a path to go around, frankly, our industrial base.
Well, we know that Russia's getting artillery shells in part from North Korea, right? That was some of the stuff sent over there. With everything we just heard from Wally Adeyemo, why didn't we do that 2 years ago if hampering their weapons manufacturing would have been effective?
Well, it's interesting. I'm rehearsing an article that's in pre-publication, and what I say is exactly that. One of our major problems was that we had the delusion of a short war. Somehow, what we saw from Iraq and Afghanistan, we had short periods of high-intensity combat, but our planners and our politicians never had a failure of imagination that anything like this could ever happen. 2 years, conventional warfare, high intensity. It was never in any planner's plan. It was never in any politician's funding package. And unfortunately, I think we now need to wake up and recognize that that's exactly how our adversaries are going to play us if they want to fight us. That's how China will do it. And if we ever find ourselves fighting Russia, that's how they'll do it as well.
Well, it's Ukraine for now that finds itself actively fighting Russia. And you point out that this has now been 2 years of very active conflict. Will it remain so for the next year, for the next 2 years? Are we just talking about a war of pure attrition here?
No, that's a good way to describe it. That's perhaps the medium case. The best case, of course, would be the war ends through negotiations right away. The worst case would be that no, in fact, these shortages give the Russians the capability to break through those front lines of the Ukrainians through their overwhelming supply capabilities and their overwhelming troop numbers. That's what I think is the lesson that we need to learn from Advika, which is if this keeps up, maybe this World War I like trench warfare devolves into a Russian breakthrough.
We spoke last evening with Poland's foreign minister, Radoslaw Sikorski, who was very serious about the lack of funding and was going to deliver that message. He was on his way to Washington last evening. He'll be meeting here this weekend with the Secretary of State, and I'd love for you to hear what he had to say about his message to Capitol Hill. Let's listen.
I'd like to appeal to Speaker Johnson, as a former speaker myself, as the foreign minister of Poland, and on behalf of all of the European Union. In fact, please let democracy decide this issue. Please allow this Ukraine supplemental to go to a vote, because otherwise, if you preclude your commander-in-chief from doing what he wants to do, which is to help Ukraine defend itself, U.S. credibility will be damaged.
That was a recurring message from him, American credibility. What will our allies in Europe think if we can't pull this off, this round at least?
Well, do you want the Trump answer or do you want my answer?
Your answer, sir.
All right, well, let me give you the Trump answer first. Okay. Trump would say, if they need that money so bad, then maybe Poland can give it to us. The constant lament from the United States since the founding of NATO is that they are not stepping up to their own national defense, and that's what President Trump will harp upon if he is asked to reflect on what was just said. Again, I want to go back to the issue that there are no significant stockpiles of artillery rounds, and I'm using that as a metaphor for the entire requirement package that is needed for Ukraine. There is no storehouse right now where there are thousands and thousands of rounds ready to be shipped if somebody pays for them. They don't exist. There are those warehouses, but those warehouses hold those rounds of ammunition needed for our war planners and for our war plans in the China Pacific against the Russians for American soldiers. So to use the old common expression, Joe, that you and I are familiar with, and maybe Katie, we're out of Schlitz when it comes to the available
I do know that one.
artillery rounds that can rapidly be sent over should a funding bill pass.
Understood.
So I wonder what that then means, though, as to the validity of the argument that you hear some Republicans making, that the U.S. needs to be focusing on our own national security, speaking specifically they are of the border. But if we aren't investing in the defense industrial base in order to manufacture this kind of stuff, not just for the purposes of sending for Ukraine, but getting that firing up, ready to go, is that actually threatening U.S. national security by extension?
Well, first of all, this is not my bright idea. This is not something that I came up with. This is not me discovering something new. For decades, the people that are focused on the U.S. industrial base have been telling Congress and have been telling military, we are seeing our arsenal of democracy, our capability to build the weapons that we need to defend this country against all enemies, foreign and domestic, is drying up. We have one factory that makes artillery tubes, cannon tubes, howitzer tubes. Those things burn out after a couple of thousand rounds. And even though the numbers are classified, the Wall Street Journal says it's not a lot that are being made every year. Right now, the greatest need for them is in Ukraine. They are burning out their artillery. So this is an old problem. We have been whistling past the graveyard of the military industrial base for so long, and perhaps Ukraine, as tragic as that may be, is the canary in the coal mine.
We're spending time with retired Brigadier General Mark Kimmett. Bring us to ground in Ukraine. We're coming out of winter, at least at some point soon. That means they'll be fighting in a mud bath. How does that change the strategy?
Well, it doesn't change strategy at all. They're not going to fight in that mud bath.
No.
That is Mother Winter. Winter has always been an advantage to the defender.
Yeah.
So I think it won't be till that mud bath dries up that you're going to see one or both sides try to get out of their trenches and push through those front lines. But I think it's important to recognize that it is certainly the case that the Russians have not just been sitting in those trenches lighting their fires. They've been continuing to harden their defensive lines, putting out the mines, putting out the barbed wires, putting out the obstacle belts, because they will not let the Ukrainians bust through. As I suspect it's classified, we don't know what the Ukrainians have been doing for fear of telling our enemy what they're doing. I would hope they're doing the same thing. But what I'm seeing at Avdiivka, where the Russians are able to at least make some measure of progress, I hope that that's not a foretelling of what we're going to see this spring.
Well, and General, I want to return to something you said a few minutes ago when you were talking about the different scenarios. You said the best case scenario is talks to end the war, that the war can end through talks. Does that mean to say that there is no way that Ukraine outright wins this war, that they can retake all of the territory lost back from Russia, regardless of whether or not they receive the aid of the United States or not?
Well, the most optimistic scenario is that they achieve exactly that. They push the Russians out of Ukraine and Crimea, and that the only talks they're having now, or at that time, are about prisoner exchanges because the war is over. But, Kayleigh, I think we've got to be reasonable at this point and recognize that Zelensky's war aims push the Russians out, restore the territorial integrity of Ukraine, restore Crimea to the sovereign control of Ukraine. That's a very low probability event in the next year or so.
So what are the chances that we're sitting here talking about a third anniversary?
Very high.
Very high.
Short of diplomatic negotiations that find a middle ground that will satisfy neither side.
Consider that, Kayleigh, when we talk about the debate here in Washington for funding more than a year ahead.
Yeah.
this isn't going away anytime soon.
Well, and we could very well have a completely different composition of government
That's very true.
by then. We don't know what will be in January
Of course,
2025.
Donald Trump has said that he would end the war within his first 24 hours, so
He has indeed.
we'll see about that. General, great to see you.
Great to see you.
You're always
Wish I had
welcome.
better news.
Mark Kimmett gives it to us straight. That's why we have him with us on the regular here on Bloomberg. Kaylee will assemble our panel next with a lot to talk about with Jeannie Shanzano and Lester Munson. Stay with us here on Bloomberg, the fastest show in politics, live from Washington. It's Balance of Power, only on Bloomberg TV and radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We are looking at an update now for the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ 100 index, and yes, the Russell 2000 index of small cap shares right now up by 0.5%. Dow Industrials up 113, up by just about 0.3%. The S&P 500 index very close to 5,100, did trade above that level earlier in the session. Right now at 5,099, up 12 points, up 0.2%. The NASDAQ Composite Index at 16,056, up 15 points, a gain right now of 0.1%. 10-year 4.25% with a 2-year 4.68%. We've got gold trading higher by 0.7% right now, 2,038 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude lower by 2.7%, WTI 76.50 for a barrel of crude. Stocks struggling to gain much traction. Big tech losing steam after a powerful rally driven by AI euphoria. Live Nation Entertainment shares higher after the entertainment company reported fourth quarter revenue that was much stronger than expected, a sign of strong demands for events like concerts. Live Nation up today by 2.1%. Again, recapping, stocks are higher with the S&P 500 index at 5,099, up now by 0.2%. Balance of power continues. Back we go to Washington, and once again, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet looking at those fresh records. Thank you so much, as always. Welcome back to Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. And it's striking, Joe, to talk about a stock market at fresh record highs when we know a lot of voters still feel not great about the economy.
Yeah.
And I wonder how heavily the economy is going to weigh on the mind of specifically South Carolinian voters as they head to the primary tomorrow. Is it issues like that or immigration that matter, or is it about the cult of personality, and that's why Donald Trump is significantly ahead of the former governor of South Carolina, Nikki Haley?
Well, yeah, you're asking the right questions. Can you imagine what this is like for her emotionally after, spending 4 weeks in her home state campaigning without making a dent?
And
she's still 20 to 30 points
millions
behind
of dollars
to his no dollars.
Right. Effectively.
MAGA in action. And you wonder if the issues play into this. You're asking the right questions. Let's pose them to the panel. Jeannie Shanzano is with us today, Bloomberg Politics contributor, along with Lester Munson from BGR Group. Great to have you both with us here on Bloomberg TV and radio. Lester, what's your thought on that? Kaylee's idea about what will drive decision-making unless it's already done because it's stamped with MAGA.
Well, I think it's unfair to say Donald Trump hasn't spent campaign dollars in South Carolina. He's spent a lot of money on criminal defense lawyers and other defense lawyers in these various court cases. That has kept him in the news. It has given him something to talk about. It is unconventional, to be sure, and probably not what any political consultant would have recommended to him, but it does appear to have some effectiveness. I do think, in the grand scheme of things, the bar is very low for Nikki Haley. If she demonstrates she can get within 15 points or so of Donald Trump, that might be viewed as a huge victory for her. So this could be an opportunity also, or it could be, the end or near the end of the campaign for her.
But Jeannie, I wonder what a 15-point margin that could be called a victory is actually worth if Trump's still getting all of these delegates, and therefore the math dictates that he's going to be the nominee. I mean, what does it matter for Nikki Haley how bad she loses if she loses?
Yeah, and I mean, if we believe the polls, she's going to lose pretty significantly. It matters for her future, to your point, Kaylee, because of the way the Republicans do the delegate math. The Trump campaign is saying they will wrap this thing up in the next few weeks, and by, March 20th, Donald Trump will be the nominee of the party, or have the votes to be the nominee of the party. But, Nikki Haley, if she wants a future in the party, this matters an awful lot. And I think that's the big question here, not how much she's going to lose by, but what the future is for her. And I thought a really, really interesting piece in Politico today talked about the fact that unlike Donald Trump, who we know is a very good politician, despite saying he's a good businessman, he's a very good politician. Nikki Haley, many South Carolinian Republicans who are going to turn out in a primary where we get low turnout, say she abandoned the party after she left the governorship. She went national. She abandoned South Carolina, abandoned Republicans. You never hear those accusations about somebody like Donald Trump, who's, again, a very good politician. So I think it's those kind of factors that we don't think about that also play a role in this, in addition to things like the economy, immigration, and those other issues that impact the vote.
Donald Trump is leading Nikki Haley by 30.5 points in 538's polling average, Lester. That's an average of the polls we've seen, which have been remarkably consistent so far. We can talk about moral victories all day long here, but I just wonder if the Nikki Haley campaign this weekend officially turns into the Just in Case campaign, We've given her 4 weeks here to make a dent in South Carolina. If she doesn't do well here, what's the point other than waiting for Donald Trump to impale himself in court?
Well, it brings up the war of attrition concept that we were talking about in the last segment with General Kimmett. Nikki Haley is 52. Donald Trump is 77. She is very likely to win the long-term war of attrition. So maybe it's not South Carolina, maybe it's not 2024, but at some point she will prevail over Donald Trump, I predict.
Well, but Lester, I want to double down on this point about age, because we've talked about it at length. All of the polling that suggests the majority of voters definitely think Biden is too old, but a lot of them think Trump is too old as well. But if they're still not voting for the younger candidate, does that tell us that maybe age is not as much of an issue as we think it is?
It does seem like we American voters are reluctant to let go of our boomer candidates somewhat with a lot of consequences. Nikki Haley's best case for election is that she would beat Joe Biden. Her campaign is basically Donald Trump will lose to Joe Biden. He lost to him 4 years ago. He's going to lose to him again. There's a lot of reason to think she's correct about that. And yet Republicans, it seems, are persisting in voting for the guy who really doesn't have the best chance come November. So it speaks to the Republican Party. It speaks to perhaps that generation, the baby boomers, who are maybe this is their last gasp in national power. But I do think there's a lot going on below the surface here.
Well, with that said, Lester, you got to win something at some point, right? Will Nikki Haley, following what appears to be a big loss in South Carolina, campaign nationally ahead of Super Tuesday?
I think it depends on donors. She's had some loyalty from her donor base. She's gotten some funds to keep going. She's gonna need to maintain that in order to have any kind of chance for some kind of win on Super Tuesday. I also think there's another battle here in addition to the race for the delegates and who's going to be the nominee. She's also kind of defining herself for the next battle. Does she have the fight in her to take it to Donald Trump and by inflection to Joe Biden? If she can demonstrate that, boy, is she going to be in a strong position in 4 years, just as one example of a consequence of this.
Well, and Jeannie, that comes back to your point about her political future. But I want to get your take on something Lester was just speaking to, this idea that Nikki Haley would beat Biden more easily than Donald Trump would if polling is to be believed. Why does that not matter to voters in this primary contest if they're Republicans who no longer wish to see Biden in the Oval Office?
Well, it doesn't matter because, number one, they aren't big fans of pollsters, as you can imagine. Pollsters are incredibly popular. They don't necessarily believe it. And also, I would say something else. I mean, Nikki Haley has consistently refused to say she won't vote for Donald Trump. And yet she is out on the stump saying he is dangerous. If I'm a voter, I'm going to defend these Republican voters now. If I am a Republican voter, I have to think, well, she can't be serious, because if he was that dangerous, number one, I would have seen it in 2016.
From the UK, and I'm the inventor of the Gel Razor. And today I'm looking for an angel investor to fund my project, the Gel Razor, whether that's a working concept and working prototype, or manufacturing possibilities with investment, or to get me a licensing deal secured. If you go in any supermarket today, you will see packets of razors sold separately with tins of mousse or gel. Hence I did that all in one. The idea is you pressurise the handle. The gel flows through the reservoir up to the head of the razor, coating the blades, ready for shave. My target market is 18 plus, male or female, male blue version, female pink version. What I'm looking for in an investor is someone who's passionate, determined, shares my vision. That's an important step for me, and willing to succeed as I wanted to succeed myself. Patented in the UK in 2021 September. With copyright protection, I have a logo for the Gel Razor, which you will see on my LinkedIn profile. Currently working with a company in the US who have done me a lovely sell sheet. Big up to them guys. So if you're interested, contact me on LinkedIn profile, Paul J. Gwilt, GWILT, or email me at mufc219@gmail.com.
Agrees with that. Is that going to come back to bite her as she stays in this contest?
Yeah, it absolutely will. This has been a disaster for Republicans from Dobbs and now the Supreme Court of Alabama. We heard Tommy Tuberville flubbing all over it. We heard Nikki Haley. It's been a big winner, for Democrats in the specials and the midterms, and it will continue to. It won't be enough to get them over the hump, but it is going to play well for them. And so expect to hear a lot on abortion as we move forward.
All right, and we expect to keep talking to you two about it a lot more as we move forward as well. Jeannie Shanzano, Bloomberg Politics contributor, and Lester Munson of BGR Group. Thank you so much for joining us on this Friday, the eve of the South Carolina primary, something we've all been waiting for, even if we know the outcome, much like contests.
Did you hear what Tommy Tuberville said about that, by the way?
I did.
Not in favor of it, because we need more babies. Just still trying to work on that.
Well, you have a lot of conservatives actually saying that now, right?
What that actually is all about.
Well, fair enough. Anyway, on that note, let's get a check on news elsewhere. World and national news now with Nancy Lyons in our 99.1 newsroom here in Washington. Hey, Nancy.
Thanks, Kaylee. The U.S. has unveiled its biggest one-day sanctions package against Russia since the invasion of Ukraine began 2 years ago tomorrow. The sanctions target more than 500 people and entities in a fresh bid to squeeze the country's economy and send a message over the death of dissident Alexei Navalny. Deputy Treasury Secretary Wally Adeyemo says they're targeting Russia's wartime economy.
Factories that used to produce goods for Russian civilians now are producing.
Okay, today I'm going to talk about how to succeed with a startup. Obviously, more than can be said here in 20 minutes, but I will do the best I can. The most important thing, the number one lesson we try to teach startups is that the degree to which you're successful approximates the degree to which you build a product that is so good, people spontaneously tell their friends about it. Startups always ask us for the secret to success. They always want to believe it's something other than this, because this is really hard to do. But this is it. If you can build a product that is so good, people spontaneously tell their friends about it, you have done 80% of the work that you need to be a really successful startup. If you think about the most successful companies you know, Google, Facebook, whatever, you probably found out about them because a friend of yours said, you got to try this, it's great. So this is the bar. Something that people love so much they tell their friends about it. One important indicator for a product like that is a product that's simple to explain and easy to understand. If you can't explain in a few words what you do, and if at least some people don't say, oh, that's pretty interesting, that's usually a mistake. It's usually a sign of unclear thinking or a need that is not big enough.
That shows me what I spend instantly.
We're Monzo. Give us a go. See?
Well, I want a bank that can help me budget for the things I need, like a new leather jacket for Bingo.
We can do that.
Bingo's my cockapoo.
Hi, Bingo.
It's a real faff to sign up.
It takes less than 10 minutes.
Race you.
You're on. Time's up. How'd you get on?
It's a draw.
Is it? We hear you, Bingo. You make Monzo Monzo.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. 140 now on Wall Street. Stocks continue to push higher. The Dow, the S&P, they are both at records right now. NASDAQ back in the green, up 6 points. Little changed, up less than 0.1%. The S&P 5,098 was trading above that 5,100 number. Right now up 11, a gain for the S&P of 0.2%. Dow Jones Industrial Average up 107 now, higher by 0.3%. The Russell 2000 index of small cap shares up by 0.6%. 10-year yield 4.24% with a 2-year at 4.67%. Spot gold up $14 the ounce at $2,038, up 0.7%, and a retreat for West Texas Intermediate crude oil crude down 2.7% with a 76 handle, 76.46 right now for West Texas Intermediate crude. Intuitive Machine shares soaring after a lander from the commercial space startup touched down on the moon yesterday, making it the first private spacecraft to land on the lunar surface. Shares of Intuitive Machines, which uses the ticker LUNR, Lunar, up right now by 23%. Recapping, S&P at 5,098, up 11, up 0.2%. Balance of power continues. Back we go to Washington, and once again, Kaylee Lyons and Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, we thank you. Welcome to the Friday edition of Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington, back in the Capitol today, alongside my partner, Kaylee Lyons. The lawmakers have not come back, though, Kaylee, and they're not coming back till Wednesday. People talk about next week. Yeah, their Monday is a Wednesday, and that will leave them 3 days to solve a shutdown crisis.
And Wednesday's when they're all going to be flying in,
Correct.
Which means really it's Wednesday evening. They might start getting
So
down
one
to
full
business.
day would be Thursday.
Right. The point being, time's going to be very, very short to try to avert the start of the government shutting down. The first
that's right.
4 parts of it.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking things like VA and et cetera. Not defense, not the majority of spending. That deadline's March 8th.
We prefer the term tranche here on Balance of Power.
Right.
I do think it's funny that that's become the common lingo, but that's, I suppose, what it is.
Well, yeah, it is what it is. And it also is what it is that Congress at this point doesn't seem like they really know what they're going to do here to try to keep the government open. Just like it's not abundantly clear what they're going to do, if anything, to address a supplemental aid package. And that's something that David Weston spoke with a former member of Congress about this week. David's joining us now, of course, host of Wall Street Week and Wall Street Votes within that as we deal with all matters politics here in Washington. David, good to see you from New York. As always, you had the pleasure this week of speaking with the former House Majority Leader, Mr. Eric Cantor. How does he feel about what's going down in the halls that he used to haunt?
Yeah, we did talk about that, Kelly. It's great to be with you and Joe, although I was hoping Joe would be still here. I'm a little sorry, Joe. You got out of town a bit ahead of me. But Eric Cantor, who I think is perfectly happy being vice chair of Moelis now instead of trying to run that caucus, the Republican caucus. But he was a little more sanguine than you might think, because we were talking basically about the difference between perhaps a Trump presidency or a Biden presidency, and there were some decided differences. But one of the issues I asked him about was the uncertainty that comes out of his old House of Representatives, because we don't know what's going on. And this is part of what Eric had to say.
It is amazing to see how many years we've lived with that kind of uncertainty and, let's just say, alleged dysfunction in Washington. It is pretty extraordinary, at least a decade, if not more. There has been this type of uncertainty with whether Congress is going to be able to even come up with a spending plan. We are facing, in short order, within a week, the potential shutdown of the government, and then a week after that, a larger potential shutdown of the government. And that is combined with the press that the Senate has now put on the House of Representatives on the foreign aid package. So there's a lot of uncertainty, but what I see in the markets today and the business world is almost trying to tune out that noise, because people feel like at the end of the day, Washington will figure it out.
Well, we certainly hope Washington's going to figure it out. I have to say, in listening to him say that, it reminded me of the old Winston Churchill quote, "The United States does what's right after it's explored all other possible options." It feels like that way about the House of Representatives sometimes, after they've gotten through all the others. But Eric basically does think, whether it's keeping the government funded or even some of the support for Ukraine, he basically says he thinks they'll get there. It's just not necessarily a pretty process.
We all remember the cover of the book Young Guns, written by Eric Cantor and 2 other guys, Paul Ryan and Kevin McCarthy, contributed. The 3 of them are pictured on the cover. This is 2010, the new generation of leadership, right, David? And the book says, America urgently needs a new direction, but who will provide it? All 3 of them are gone now. So How do we answer that question?
Well, I think I would say it did get a new direction. It just didn't come from them. I mean, and Eric Cantor says in this interview that Donald Trump has really changed the entire direction of the Republican Party toward populism. It's a decidedly different party than it was that he was part of back when he was in the House of Representatives. So the change happened. It just didn't happen quite the way that they anticipated it would, and that does lead to some real questions on Wall Street.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'd like to talk more about how Wall Street views this, because what Mr. Cantor essentially said there is look through the noise. You know it'll get sorted eventually. And to large part, what we're seeing in markets probably proves that to be true, because there isn't much risk price, and it seems, around a government shutdown at this point. We got a little bit more in the debt ceiling fight of last spring. But at what point, David, should we or will we expect markets to start paying attention in a more material way?
Well, I don't know the answer to that question, Kaylee. What I did ask Eric was, what is he hearing from his clients? Representing Moelis, as he goes around the world, what is he hearing about concerns and issues? And you have some things that it's not clear that there's that much difference, whether it's if these are the two candidates, Donald Trump or Joe Biden, such as trade. The trade approach is not all that fundamentally different. There is a big difference, of course, in those Trump tax cuts and when they extended it and the fiscal consequences of that. And one of the things he emphasized was people in Europe, his clients in Europe, are particularly concerned if Donald Trump comes back into the White House. Because as you recall, Donald Trump was not necessarily the best friend to Europe during his time there. And I'm talking about beyond NATO, including with respect to trade and economics.
I'll tell you start to wonder, especially with what Kaylee just said, that we're not seeing that risk premium in the markets now, how disappointed Wall Street could still be in lack of action in Washington. What we're about to witness in the next couple of weeks, David, may not be very productive when we're talking about a shutdown, lack of funding for our allies abroad. When the president delivers his State of the Union address in 2 weeks, what could he possibly say is the state of our union?
Well, he will say almost everything, because as you know, they put everything in and the kitchen sink, these things. Yeah. Various parts of the executive branch, as I understand it, just say, please give us a line on this, please give us a line on that. Peggy Noonan actually today was pretty good on this in the Wall Street Journal, saying she wishes he would keep it down to 30 minutes, but I don't think that's going to happen. At the same time, you raise a broader point, Joe, I think it's important. We know markets have a difficult time discounting geopolitical risk. That's always been true. But we have probably more geopolitical risks than we remember in recent years right now, and it doesn't look like it's going away, whether it's a war in Europe, whether it's a war in Gaza, whether it's conflicts with China, whether it's dealing with Iran. And it's going to be a real challenge for markets to figure out how to discount that going forward, because it's very difficult to do, and yet it's rising on the agenda for an awful lot of businesses and people on Wall Street.
Well, including former Treasury Secretary Larry Summers, who, of course, is a Bloomberg contributor. You speak with him almost every week, David. And he was speaking in Miami this week, saying the world is potentially heading into a period where there is less of a sense of what the order is going to be, and therefore more risk of disorder, chaos, and associated suffering, going on to say he's not sure that kind of risk is fully priced into markets. Will Mr. Summers be on the program this evening?
No, we actually don't have Larry this week. We actually have a different economist, Paul Romer, who has a Nobel Prize.
Oh,
not to say that Larry doesn't, but Paul has a Nobel Prize. And he's on, actually, he's got some very interesting things to say, both about the economics of social media and how we could fix that, but also about trade. But I will say, I was talking to somebody who is very active in Davos, that World Economic Forum they have, and is just got back from Munich. And he came back and he said, you know what? From now on, Davos is not the place to go. Munich is, which makes an important statement, because Davos tends to be much more economic and business oriented. And he said Munich was very somber, because the issues there are really pressing, and that for the business world, increasingly those geopolitics are a factor. So it agrees basically with what Larry had to say down in Miami.
That was that really was proven to us last evening, David. We spoke with Poland's foreign minister, who just returned from Munich. When he talked about it, you could hear that tone in his voice. I don't think people left with a lot of optimism, and they did, however, leave with a lot of questions about American resolve.
Yeah, I certainly didn't hear a lot of optimism going on. Of course, we had also Yulia come in, and the widow of Navalny, right after the announcement that he had died, and so that was very dramatic. But I heard what the Poland official had to say on your program. It does strike me we should listen to those people. They're on the front lines. Because Vladimir Putin has not indicated that he's going to hold off on one country or two countries. And if it goes the wrong way, Poland has a lot more at stake than a lot of the rest of us.
David, it's good to see you. We'll be watching and listening, of course, to Bloomberg Wall Street Week with David Weston following Balance of Power. It starts at 6 p.m. Washington time, and it was great to see you this week in New York, David. Thanks for coming on. We do this conversation every week at this time, and for good reason, Kayleigh. Lawmakers, as we mentioned, still have time. We've been talking about dysfunction, chaos, lack of progress. And look who joins us. We've been overdue here for a couple of weeks. Our conversation with Mick Mulvaney, of course, former congressman, co-founder of the Freedom Caucus, former acting chief of staff in the Trump White House. I could keep going on with the business card. Mick, I've been looking forward to this because we haven't had a chance to compare notes for a minute, and quite a bit has happened in the last couple of weeks here. Where are you on some of the issues that we've been talking about, beginning with a shutdown a week from today?
Yeah, I'm a little confused, a little concerned that I might now be your dysfunction expert. Goodness gracious, the word about that introduction. So whenever there's dysfunction in Washington, get Mulvaney on the phone.
Call me.
Look, I think the appetite for a shutdown is lower than it usually is. I think the likelihood of a shutdown is higher than it usually is. All the folks I'm talking to, I'm in D.C. about every other week, having dinners and lunches with my old colleagues and so forth, say the place is just nuts. And they're not sure they can get their act together in time. I think they're off this week. They're back. They have a handful of days before they have to fund at least part of the government. It reminds me of a time back in 2000, I think it was 17, when we slipped into a shutdown by accident because of something that Rand Paul did on the Senate floor. I sort of get the feeling you might be sleepwalking into that again. It's a different mentality with the same result.
So you talk about how the place is nuts. Who's to blame for that? Is this a Mike Johnson issue? Is this a Donald Trump issue?
It's a voter issue. You get the government you deserve. You get the government you want. Washington's not broken. The country is broken. There's no sinister hand that reaches down from Washington and grabs Matt Gaetz out of the panhandle of Florida and says, send me this nut job. Or reaches down into Manhattan and says, give me AOC. She looks like she might want to blow the place up. So it's a misaligned incentives. There's a lot of money, Kayleigh, to be made right now in extremism and outrage. You look at the squad numbers, the fundraising numbers the squad had. These are numbers that I had never seen for low-ranking members of the House when I was in the House, in the United States House of Representatives. You talk about millions of dollars per quarter being raised by fringe elements. That's where all the money is. That's where all the energy is. And when those incentives align like that, you know, why vote to keep the government funded when you can make a bunch of money by keeping it closed?
Well, it's hard to remove what's happening, I think, to Kayleigh's point on Capitol Hill from what's happening on the campaign trail, at least to some extent. Mick, we're going to a state that you know real well tomorrow, South Carolina. It's time for the primary. It's time to actually vote. And I wonder what this is going to feel like when Nikki Haley loses as badly as the polls seem to suggest in her home state.
Yeah, it's really strange. I'm sitting here right now in South Carolina. I haven't voted yet. Voting's been open, I think, for about 2 weeks. I'll vote tomorrow morning early. By the way, curiously, you know, everybody says Nikki's still staying in the race because if Trump gets hit by a bus or something, she'll be the only person standing. Right. That's not true. In fact, tomorrow on the ballot, I can vote for Chris Christie. I can vote for Vivek Ramaswamy. I can vote for Ron DeSantis. Those names are still on the ballot. And nobody's actually ceased their campaign. They've just suspended it. And if Donald Trump gets hit by a meteor tomorrow, all those folks will come back in the race. But look, she's going to lose badly. Her own metric a couple weeks ago was she said she had to do better here than she did in New Hampshire. She lost New Hampshire by 11. I think that's a reasonable metric. And she's not going to come close. The best I've seen her doing in the recent polling is losing by 20, and the worst is in the low 30s. So keep in mind, there's no undecided voters here, Joe. We all know these folks. I don't know. There's no amount of campaigning I think that's going to move the needle very much.
Well, but Mick, these are also folks that voted Nikki Haley to be governor of the state. They just apparently don't want to see her president of the country. And we were speaking with our political panel a few moments ago, this idea that some in the Republican Party suggest that Nikki Haley turned her back on them. Is it the Republican Party turning away from Nikki Haley or Nikki Haley turning away from the party? Which way is it?
Yeah, I don't know if I'd articulate it like that, but I get the sentiment. Let's see if I answer it this way, which is I think she's decided that she's all in on being anti-Trump at this point, and that this is it. There's no coming back from this. You don't come back from attacking him the way that she has. You certainly don't come back from attacking him on Saturday Night Live. He watches Saturday Night Live like I go to Mass. It's just that's part of his culture, right? She's cast her lot now with the anti-Trump wing of the party. And that may pay off big time in corporate boards in the future. I don't think it pays off with politics. Is that her turning her back on the party turning her back on her? I don't know. But I think that's got to be the mentality here, is either wait around and hope he dies or make a bunch of money. I don't understand the logic any other way. There might be an explanation, but I can't see it.
Wow, that's incredible. For someone who's been associated with conservative principles to the extent that she has and worked for Donald Trump, Mick, the way you're talking makes it sound to me like there's no 2028. This is not a dress rehearsal for the next election, that this is it now.
If the party has truly gone populist, and it looks like it is, okay, by the way, we're not the only ones, but if it's gone truly populist, then is there a room for a fiscal conservative neocon like Nikki Haley sometime in the future? I'm not sure there is, and maybe she's looking at that same sort of environment. Keep in mind, she's probably not going into the administration in any way, shape, or form, which means how do you stay relevant for another 4 years? So, yeah, I think it might be in her self-interest to sort of make it or break it here, which is why I think originally she said, she might not stay in South Carolina if she thought she couldn't win by, at least lose by single digits. So now she's saying she'll stay in as long as the money lasts. And I think that's probably smart on her part.
Well, and part of her closing argument, Mick, is this idea that it shouldn't be the primary election that matters to everyone, but the general election, and that Trump would lose to Biden in the general, she would beat Biden. We're not seeing many voters seemingly take that into account, though. Why do you think that is?
That's never a compelling argument, ever, for voters. Every pollster will tell that. Every candidate will tell you that. When you're saying vote for me because I'm better at beating the other side, that means really that's your plan C or D or E. It didn't work for Mitt Romney. He was our electable guy against Barack Obama. That washed out badly. It didn't work for John Kerry. He was the electable guy against George Bush. That just doesn't sell, Kaylee. When you hear politicians making that argument, it means that their first 2 or 3 ideas flamed out pretty badly.
Wow, I'll tell you what, though. Look, I don't know if we're going to get a no labels candidate here, Mick Mulvaney. If the country thinks they want anyone other than Trump and Biden following Super Tuesday, Kaylee, we may have to go to Mick's original plan here. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson.
I forgot about that. Mick, you still stand by that?
Yeah, well, I do. In fact, I just wrote a piece in The Hill this week on the third party. There's a couple ways to look at it. Number one, I believe that folks are actually looking for a third party. I do believe that they're not happy with Trump versus Biden. Now, you could really make the argument that that's not true, because they've had a chance. I mean, they've had a chance at Dean Phillips, they've had a chance at Nikki Haley, and they've all said, well, you know what, we sort of like Biden and Trump anyway. So, but I got to feel that the data that No Labels has is right, which is that if you could find the right third party, you could make waves here. Up to and including possibly stealing a victory. It's a generational type of time where you could do it, but there's nobody to fill the role. And you can't beat something with nothing. And Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson has shown no interest. Oprah Winfrey has shown no interest. Taylor Swift, name me somebody who could get sort of the national approval ratings that would launch them into a viable third-party role. There just isn't the person out there that fits that description. So while the environment is right for a third party, I don't think the people are right for a third party. And No Labels is going to struggle to get anybody who does better than just a protest vote.
Well, RFK Jr. did get a 15% in the Quinnipiac poll this week, but I guess we'll have to leave it there. Mick Mulvaney, always great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining us. Of course, former congressman from South Carolina, co-founder of the Freedom Caucus, former acting White House chief of staff in the Trump administration. We always appreciate your time. I'm not sure many people have more titles than Mick. Our title is just what? Host of Balance of Power?
If that.
And Carol and Tim's title,
believe it's
host
Queen
of
and King of
Bloomberg Business Week.
Power. Come on,
thank
just
you.
lean into it.
Wow.
Lean into it,
Not even elected.
Thank you,
it's a
Carol.
monarchy.
Yeah,
okay?
exactly. Go into it. Hey,
Well, while we're getting The Rock elected here, we wonder what you guys are working on in New York.
I was thinking George Washington, Thomas Jefferson might be into that, a third party with Dwayne "The Rock." We got to talk a little bit about NVIDIA, the first semiconductor company with a $2 trillion market cap. But it does feel like, right? It's kind of the superlatives continue.
Yeah, they do. And also, don't forget, of course, it is the third, it's going to start the third year of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. We're going to be catching up in the program with Angela Stent. Great guest on that.
Super. We had a deep dive on that important event tomorrow, guys, and we'll be listening. Haley, I'll meet you at 5. Business Week starts right now.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
And a very good afternoon. Happy Friday, everybody. Live on Bloomberg Television, Radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. Carol Masser, along with Tim Stenivek, live here on Bloomberg Business Week. Let's get to the setup at this hour on this Friday, February 23rd, Tim.
Yeah, U.S. stocks taking a little bit of a breather today. The S&P 500 is higher, but the NASDAQ is just a tad lower. This comes after a record-setting rally driven by NVIDIA, excitement over AI. The S&P 500, though, popping above 5,100 points earlier today. That for the first time ever.
Yeah, just below it right now as we speak. Anyway, still ahead, we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about the Fedapalooza and clear message that we seem to be getting, especially when it comes to some of the top officials over at the Fed. So we'll get into that. And then we're going to make a little bit more sense of NVIDIA, that trade, and the technical breakouts and breakdowns that we've seen more broadly in the market, kind of what it says maybe about the outlook.
Also, speaking of the outlook, we're thinking about long-term and the trade long-term. We're going multi-asset with Maddie Dessner, head of Global Asset Class Services at Capital Group. They're going long-term over the next 20 years. We're going to see what she has to say.
I want to know how they can look at that crystal ball 20 years out. Options Insight with Abigail Doolittle, looking forward to that. And then on the eve of marking the start of the third year of the war between Russia and Ukraine, we're going to get into what you need to know about the goal, the end game for Vladimir Putin, today's sanctions from the United States against Russia, and also those Russian nukes that maybe could be ultimately up in space at some point. So a lot to get to in the next 60 minutes.
Yeah, but let's start the program with a check on the day's trade and top business stories. Here's Charlie Bella.
Hi, thank you very much, Tim. Happy Friday to you both. We have got the Dow, the S&P, they're both higher. NASDAQ in the red right now. Let's begin with the S&P 500 index at 5,093, was trading above 5,100 earlier in the session, up now by 6. That is a gain of about 0.1%. Dow Industrials at a record, up 70 right now, up 0.2%. NASDAQ lower by 12, a decline there of 0.1%. 10-year at 4.24% with a 2-year 4.67%. Bottom line here, stocks are struggling to gain much traction. Big tech losing steam after a powerful rally driven by artificial intelligence euphoria. After yesterday's earnings inspired 16.4% jump, NVIDIA shares, though, are up again today, up another 1.6%. Rivian Automotive, though, lower after UBS cuts its recommendation to sell from buy and slashes the share price target by 2/3. Today, we do have Rivian Automotive shares selling off again right now, down another 9.2%. Spot gold up 0.8%, 2,040 the ounce, while West Texas Intermediate crude down 2.5%, 76.66 a barrel on WTI. So recapping, stocks are trading mixed. The Dow, the S&P, they're both higher. S&P right now up 4 points. That is a gain of 0.1%. NASDAQ down 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. NVIDIA, by the way, up almost 10% this week, and that's even though there were some down days, 4 in a row ahead of the earnings this week. But we're going to talk more about NVIDIA a little bit later on. Let's get, though, to the markets and the narrative shaping the trade on this Friday. First up, we remember, Tim, we got a batch of upbeat U.S. economic data yesterday.
Yeah, the list, we can tick it off here. Strong manufacturing, housing, and labor market data. Traders taking a more hawkish Fed speak, taking that in stride. And yet, it's important, in case you missed it, there was a clear message from the top 3 Federal Reserve officials that they hammered home. John Williams, president of the New York Fed, weighing into today. With more, we welcome Bloomberg News economics reporter Rich Miller in our Washington, D.C. bureau. Rich, good to have you with us this afternoon. So remind us who the 3 Fed speakers were today, and of course, what they say matters, and certainly interesting to see the market taking this in stride.
Yeah, I mean, it's not only been 3. It was like, a plethora. We had Governor Cook, who we hadn't heard from since November, Vice Chair Jefferson. You mentioned Williams, New York Fed President Williams today. Yeah, and the message is pretty uniform, As Governor Waller put it, why rush? I think of the markets up until now has been, you know, I don't know if you've got kids, but, you know, if you got a long road trip and the kids are always in the back and saying, are we there yet? Are we there yet?
Familiar refrain for both of us, Rich. Don't worry, we can relate to this.
And the Fed keeps saying, not yet, not yet, not yet. So finally, I think the markets have gotten the message to not yet, and, you know, it's not going to be March. Probably not going to be May, maybe June, when we'll finally get the cut in rates that everybody's looking for.
And Rich, I know we singled out 3 Fed officials in our introduction, partly because, sorry, Fed officials, but you all don't necessarily get the same kind of recognition, or do we stop and listen? So that's why we singled it out. Help us out why some Fed voices matter more than most.
Oh, for sure. I mean, obviously, Uber above all is Chair Palmer. We didn't hear from him this week, but we will be hearing from him actually in a couple of weeks when he goes to Congress. But the markets like to focus on Governor Waller. He's been kind of a thought leader there. Then, of course, we had the vice chair. I mean, he's got the title, Vice Chair Jefferson. He's second in command to Powell. And then Lisa Cook, who we haven't heard from, but she's on the board and votes at every meeting. So you're right. It wasn't just the number, but it was the preeminence of the ones that we did hear from. And as I say, the message all seemed to be pretty uniform.
Rich, Carol knows I'm going to go here because it's something that over the last couple of weeks we've been a little bit obsessed with. But what do you make of the growing chorus of market commenters, not Fed officials, Fed officials, I should point out, but market commenters
who've actually stayed away from it? I feel
they
like
absolutely have. Who said, you know what, the next move from the Fed is not going to be a cut; it's actually going to be a hike.
Right. Well, yeah. And then it wasn't just market commentators; it was our own commentator, right? Larry Summers, who kind of sort of fed the flames. The message seemed to be from the Fed that they weren't really thrown off stride too much by the bad inflation data that we've seen, and we're going to see more bad inflation data next week with the PCE price data. That's not throwing them off course. It's that they're still on course to lower rates. So even arguably one of the more hawkish ones, Waller, Governor Waller, even he said, you know, I still expect us to cut rates. So I suspect that rather than raising rates, I mean, if they feel policy needs to be tight, they just hold us here where we are a little bit longer. You know, they don't hike at this point.
Rich, safe to say that
and look, we do have an election, I think, I seem to recall, right? Later this year.
We do. But safe to say that if they were thinking, oh, we might have to raise rates, that they might temper back the chat around Fed rate cuts, even if we don't, even if they're later rather than sooner. Correct? Is that fair?
Yeah. I mean, they don't like to surprise the markets, right? I mean, you know, and if they were really thinking about, you know, the possibility of a rate hike, we'd get at least some hint into that. And as I said, even from Governor Waller, who if you were going to get a hint, you would have thought you would have got it from him. There wasn't. So I hate to go against Larry Summers, but it does seem at the moment it's not likely.
Tim and I, just to pat ourselves on the back, because we like to do that occasionally.
Hey, you got to recognize.
Well, it's funny.
Nobody else will do it.
You know, right, exactly, right. But we have had guests on over the last week and a half, 2 weeks, that have started to plant this idea that the market isn't even thinking about a rate increase, a rate hike, and that we need to kind of keep that a little bit on our radar. So I feel like it started to germinate a little bit over the, you know, props to Larry, but like I feel like it's been out there a little bit.
Yeah, and I think you're right, and you know, the data are breaking in a way that's, you know, would make it at least a possibility. But at least, you know, the Fed itself doesn't seem to be thinking that way, at least not yet.
Yeah.
What I find really interesting is we're still, when we get news from banks, from asset management firms, Rich, they're still not necessarily on the same page that the Fed is on when it comes to the summary of economic projections. Just today, Goldman Sachs out with a note that says economists have pushed back their view on when the Fed will begin cutting rates to June, but they're still pricing in 4 reductions this year. And that doesn't match what the Fed said back in December with its latest SEP.
Yeah, I mean, though it's a lot closer than 5 or 6, right?
It is.
I mean, I mean, the Fed's got 3, right? And we'll get a new SEP at the next meeting, and it doesn't look like that's going to increase. And I would think, if anything, the risk is that might decrease. So, apropos of what Carol was saying earlier, as I say, if they feel they need to keep policy tight, they might be more inclined, rather than going up, they might be inclined to, signal markets we're not going to go down as far.
Yeah, especially as you've got economists too marking down their U.S. recession forecasts. As that pulls back, you do wonder what that means in terms of what the Fed does when it comes to rate cuts ultimately. Hey, Rich, thank you as always. Great setup as we head into the weekend. Rich Miller, economics reporter at Bloomberg News from our D.C. bureau. All right, so that's the Fed macro think. Let's get to the U.S. financial market macro think. And we've got a great guest. After the week that was, we want to get to Gina Martin-Adams.
Yeah, she's Bloomberg Intelligence's chief equity strategist. She joins us from New Jersey. We can't talk about the week, Gina, without talking about the impact of NVIDIA. Carol mentioned some numbers a little earlier, but just to rehash them, we are seeing NVIDIA, the first chip maker to actually achieve a $2 trillion market cap. And it really set off a rally late in the week with its rise yesterday post-earnings. How, from a technical and fundamental perspective, are you watching the effect that NVIDIA is having on other equities?
No, I think it's a really great point. And the most interesting thing that happened this week, in addition to NVIDIA's massive earnings beat, really was the distribution of gains across the rest of the sectors. So when we look into the sectors making new highs, we actually find more stocks in the industrials and financial sector made new highs this week than any other sector. So it wasn't just about tech. Certainly the earnings season at large, NVIDIA being a big part of that, is really behind this rally in our view. And what we saw in the earnings season is in aggregate, S&P 500 earnings grew about 7.7%. Remember, at the start of the season, analysts were forecasting less than 2% growth. So with nearly 80% of companies beating, much stronger earnings growth than anticipated, stronger sales growth as well than anticipated. Generally, earnings, I think, at large have really catapulted this market higher once again.
Which is fundamentals, which is something I love to get to with you. But can we assume that that's going to continue, Gina? Like, how do we assess whether those earnings gains continue to support some of the gains that we've already seen in the U.S. equity market?
Well, I think this is what's really interesting, Carol. When we look across the earnings growth numbers, analysts are still very hesitant to increase their expectations for forward four-quarter growth. They're not reducing their expectations for earnings, but even though earnings really crushed expectations as of the fourth quarter numbers, they're not saying, that's going to follow through into much stronger earnings growth throughout 2024, which to me means the bar is still very low on earnings. Analysts have been persistently underestimating earnings growth now for 4 consecutive quarters. Really, really strong earnings beats have been a part of this. In the short run, of course, you've got more than 90% of companies have now reported, so you get a little bit of less optimistic news every day to keep the market gains going. So in the short run, the technicals may start to work against stocks because you don't have that constant drumbeat. But in the longer term, it does still look like earnings expectations are very, very low. Analysts are keeping keeping optimism at a minimum. Everyone's still very worried about the macroeconomic outlook. And if we are going to ultimately see job losses lead to, some sort of consumer slump, where's the dollar headed? What's happening with commodity prices and trade, global trade and geopolitics? There are a lot of concerns out there that are allowing for stocks to continue to float a little bit higher as long as earnings keep beating.
Okay, well, we're not even done with earnings season right now, but as you mentioned, because we won't have a steady drumbeat of earnings news over the next few weeks, we have to kind of look elsewhere to understand where you think equities are going to go. What, in your opinion, Gina, could derail equities from the path that you see happening between now and next quarter's earnings report?
I do think that one thing that we want to watch for pretty carefully is news on the job market. We already know that most of the manufacturing data is pretty ugly. The leading economic indicators index has been contracting now for more than a year. So most of the early leading indicators have already capitulated to a weaker economic climate, with the exception of the jobs market. So I do think the jobs market is really critical to watch for its signal effect for future earnings growth. Now, it also is obviously very critical to watch with respect to what it will mean for the Fed. I certainly think that everyone is still very focused on inflation, so I probably don't need to repeat that. The thing that we've maybe lost sight on is the potential for job market weakness to actually stimulate a Fed ease. That is certainly a possibility. That is not a great condition for stocks. And I think this is an important point to make because it's become this sort of distorted mental construct in the market that we need Fed eases for stocks to rise. That's absolutely not historically the case, unless we're in some sort of idyllic Goldilocks environment where the Fed is only easing because inflation is deflating and employment growth is steady. If employment growth turns over and that's the spark for a Fed ease, it probably creates some volatility in the equity market, in my view.
Right, because it shows weakness in the economy, right? And then you wonder how deep that will filter its way through the system, correct, including corporate earnings.
Absolutely. And there is a link between employment conditions, wage growth, and then corporate earnings, and that is the consumer space. The consumer space has been a relatively strong source of earnings growth, in particular consumer services, over the course of the last year. It's kind of that one area that really didn't experience an earnings recession in 2022, 2023. If it does weaken, that might be an area of weakness in the broader equity market.
Hey, real quickly, two things that hopefully we can get to. Magnificent Seven, anything key in terms of breakout, breakdown, and just more generally in the market, breakouts, breakdowns?
Yeah, so we have a lot of interesting breakouts and breakdowns across the market. We run an automated technical pattern recognition software program in our team, and we saw quite a few interesting breakouts and breakdowns over the course of the last week. Notably, energy and healthcare were sectors that we were watching pretty carefully. Quite a few energy and sort of moving parts, I would call it, not a broad-based breakdown, but a lot of moving parts in the energy space. And then in healthcare, over the last 2 weeks, healthcare has really shown up in our technical pattern recognition software as a budding area of optimism. When we look across the broad market, again, I would highlight financials and industrials as two areas of budding strength, while everyone else is looking at the top 7 stocks and the biggest names. We are starting to see some interesting breakouts beneath those headline numbers.
Can you give us a couple examples in the Mag 7?
Real quickly, 30 seconds.
What we're watching in the Mag 7? I mean, I'm actually watching outside the Mag 7, Tim. I'm not watching the Mag 7.
I was expecting Tesla, but that's it.
Yeah, the reason is because obviously NVIDIA's had a great run, right? But the reason we're watching outside of the Magnificent Seven, Tim, is because I do think that you need to see distribution of gains broaden in the S&P 500. And so these are the topics that no one else is talking about, but I think are important to consider when you're thinking about your longer term investment strategy. The sustainability of gains in the S&P 500 is going to be dependent upon anything but the top 6, top 7 stocks.
I thought it was interesting, too, how you kicked it off saying industrials, financials making more highs than tech over the last week or so. Great stuff. Have a great weekend. Be safe. Gina Martin-Adams, Chief Equity Strategist at Bloomberg Intelligence out there in New Jersey. Stick around, everybody. Bloomberg Business Week. Tim and myself, we're back in a moment.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street from Bloomberg World Headquarters. I'm Charlie Pellet. We've got the S&P at a record right now with the S&P 500 index up 4 points. 5,091 was trading above 5,100. A gain now of just about 0.1%. The Dow pushing higher, a record there. 39,122 on the Dow, up 52 points now, up 0.1%. NASDAQ, though, in the red. The NASDAQ Composite Index down right now by about 0.2%. 10-year yield, 4.24% with a 2-year, 4.67%. We are on track for a winning week today, however. Stocks are struggling to gain much traction. Big tech losing steam after that powerful rally driven by AI euphoria. Right now, gold is up 0.8%. Spot gold, $2,039 the ounce, while West Texas Intermediate crude down 2.5%, 76.67 for a barrel of WTI. Keeping an eye on Intuitive Machines, ticker LUNR, Lunar. The stock is soaring after a lander from the commercial space startup touched down on the moon yesterday. You heard it and saw it on Bloomberg television and radio, making it the first private spacecraft to land on the lunar surface intact. Lunar shares, they're up now by 19.3%. Again, recapping, stocks are higher. S&P up 2 points to 5,089, up less than 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, got it. Charlie Pellet there. Well, tomorrow will mark the beginning of the third year of the Russian invasion and war with Ukraine. On this cusp of another year of war, potentially between the two, likely between the two, the U.S. unveiling its biggest one-day sanctions package against Russia since the invasion of Ukraine. They targeted more than 500 people and entities. It's a fresh bid to squeeze the country's economy, the Russian economy, and send a message over the death of dissident Alexei Navalny.
Here's U.S. Treasury's Deputy Secretary Wally Adeyemo addressing the new sanctions earlier on Bloomberg Surveillance.
Important to remember that our objective remains the same, going after Russia's military-industrialized complex and their ability to earn money to prop up their economy and buy the goods they need to fight the war they want. What we're doing today is we are furthering those actions by going after companies in Russia that are helping to build military equipment.
That's U.S. Treasury Deputy Secretary Wally Adeyemo earlier on Bloomberg. To understand the strategy and endgame of Russia and for President Putin, Carol, let's get to the interview.
Yep, back with us, a favorite informed voice on Russia and President Putin, Angela Stent, Senior Fellow at Brookings Institution, author of Putin's World, Russia Against the West and With the Rest, a former National Intelligence Officer for Russia and Eurasia at the National Intelligence Council, also served in the Office of Policy Planning at the U.S. State Department. This is why she's a favorite voice to go to. She's in Washington, D.C. Angela, welcome back. I have loved our conversations over the past 2 years, but I have been sad that we've had to keep having them because the war continues on. Here we are about to mark the third year of war. Are the sanctions, these latest sanctions by the United States, in your view, largely symbolic and unlikely to impact Russia and its crusade against Ukraine?
Well, we'll have to see. So far, all of the sanctions that were imposed by the U.S. and its allies, they've certainly dented the Russian economy to some extent, but they haven't changed Putin's course. And right now, Putin thinks that Russia is winning. He appears to be very self-confident. So we have sanctioned industries that are feeding the military-industrial complex. We've sanctioned individuals. We're still trying to go after energy companies and Russia's energy exports and trying to persuade those who are helping Russia to evade those energy sanctions, in fact, to implement them. But a lot of this, I fear, is symbolic. I mean, we've sanctioned the people who were involved in Navalny's death in the prison camp where he was, but they're not likely to want to come to the United States, nor do I think that they have any bank accounts here. So I think there could be more that we would be doing and that we haven't done, and that is taking the frozen Russian assets, or at least the interest on them, and using that to help support Ukraine. And we could do more in the energy realm. It's unfortunate that the Biden administration now says that U.S. LNG exports should cease after a few years, when we should be exporting more LNG, say, to Europe, so that they don't keep importing Russian LNG.
Why do you think the sanctions have been so ineffective at crippling Russia's economy? Because over the last 2 years, Dr. Stent, we have a lot of people on our program who said, especially at the beginning of the war, given the sanctions that the U.S. and a lot of the West is putting on the country, the economy is going to be taken to its knees. And that absolutely has not happened over the last 2 years.
It hasn't happened because what Russia has done is it's taken its economy to a war footing. So it's now really a war economy. And the defense industries are working overtime. Russia had a GDP growth rate last year of 0.3%, which was higher than anyone thought and higher than a lot of European countries, given the situation that we're in. So I think we have miscalculated the Russians' ability to deal with these sanctions. And then I have to say, there's a lot of sanctions evasion. A number of countries are helping Russia evade these sanctions, including some of its neighbors in Central Asia. We know the Chinese are to some extent. So it's very hard for these kind of sanctions to succeed if you don't have really global agreement on them. And it's really only the US and its European and Asian allies that have been implementing these sanctions.
Angela, will we be having a different conversation if China was more on the side of Europe and the United States in this?
I think we might, because even though President Xi Jinping warned Putin about the use of nuclear weapons, and we haven't heard Putin talk about that for a long time, although some of his colleagues have. The Chinese, they're not really neutral in this. I mean, they are exporting components to the Russians that are being used in weapons and for other industrial uses. They haven't really put any pressure on the Russians to wind down this war. And even though they attended a couple of the first meetings with a number of different countries about the Ukrainian peace plan, they did not attend the meeting in Davos or the one that was held in December. So I would say that they have neutrality but leaning toward Russia. And Xi Jinping just said again, how great the relationship was. So I think if the Chinese had acted differently, it wouldn't have been as easy for the Russians to be at the point where they are now.
Angela, we saw Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer make a surprise visit to Ukraine, in a big part, to try to reassure Volodymyr Zelensky that the U.S. will make good on its next round of aid, even though it faces obstacles in Congress. What would your message be to lawmakers right now who oppose an aid package to Ukraine?
I think the message to them is, if we do not send the $60 billion to Ukraine and more weapons, the kind of sophisticated weapons they need, it's going to be very hard for them to prevail against Russia. And I think these people have to think, do you really want Russia to win this war? Do you know what it might mean going forward? It will then reinforce the aggressive tendencies of the Russian regime. And that does not make the U.S. any safer. It certainly makes our allies a lot less safe. And do we want to be drawn back into a broader European conflict as we were twice in the 20th century? I think those are the kinds of things they should think about. And also that a lot of this money that we would be allocating to Ukraine goes to U.S. defense companies. So it's money that's being earned and staying in America.
Ukrainian President Zelensky is pressing for NATO membership. Many say that that's unlikely before this war ends. But I do think about the risk in this now third year, whether or not Ukraine gets just enough support to continue, fighting and resisting, but not sufficient enough to defeat Russia. And ultimately, that's how it plays out. Do you have any idea, or I don't know, how you see maybe what happens here in this third year?
So I think in this third year, the war will continue. Putin is waiting to see what happens in our elections in November. And he's hoping that if President Trump is reelected, then the U.S. will cease supporting Ukraine. And so it'll be over and Russia will win. I think that we really need to think very carefully about what we're doing going forward in terms of supporting Ukraine. And as it is, even if that $60 billion does go to Ukraine, as you said, it will be enough for the Ukrainians to continue to push back, but not to win.
Ultimately, and I think about the nuclear ambitions. We talked about it a little bit earlier this week. I believe President Putin, he denied it, that wasn't his intentions. Do you think that that's potentially, in terms of Russia's nuclear ambitions, a real threat of something being put up in space against the United States and others?
I mean, it's possible. It's, of course, against the treaties that we have signed with the Russians and other countries, too. I wouldn't put it past him. I think at the moment, he wants us to believe that he might do it and to deter us from doing certain things. I mean, the main aim at the moment is just to spread fear, both in Russia's neighbors and in the West, about what Russia might do. But I think we have to watch this very carefully, and obviously our intelligence agencies are doing that.
Do you think that's working, that he's successfully spreading fear about what Russia is doing and what Russia could do?
He certainly had succeeded in some European countries, in some of Russia's neighbors, and I think there are people in the United States as well who think, we're so concerned about what Russia will do, we have to be careful. And I think the White House has been deterred from sending some weapons to Ukraine, which could hit really into the heart of Russia, because they do fear escalation, not necessarily the space escalation, but certainly escalation that could go to the potential use of a tactical nuclear weapon.
Angela, 30 seconds left here. If President Putin and Russia succeed for a second time here in Ukraine, what's the next target? Because I would assume there will be another one, or is that wrong? And just quickly.
I think ultimately there's another one, but I think not immediately, because clearly the Russian armed forces would have to, regroup and refurbish themselves. It could be the Baltic states, one of the Baltic states, which did used to be part of the Soviet Union. And that's what, Putin has lamented, the collapse of the Soviet Union, or potentially Poland. That's certainly what the Poles think.
All right, going to leave it there. As always, so much appreciation, Angela. Dr. Angela Stent joining us there in Washington. As we said, author of Putin's World, Russia Against the West and With the Rest. She's a senior fellow at Brookings Institution, former National Intelligence Officer for Russia and Eurasia at the National Intelligence Council. Just a great voice when it comes to what's going on and trying to figure out what's next.
It's just hard to believe that we're already going to be in year 3 starting tomorrow. How many times
have we said, do you think it's another 6 months? Do we think it's another year? And here we are, starting the third year.
Hey, let's stay in Washington, D.C. now for a check on the latest world and national news. For that, we go to Nancy Lyons in the D.C. newsroom. Hey, Nance.
Thanks, Tim. You've been talking about it. Tomorrow does mark the second anniversary of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Today on Good Morning America, Ukrainian Foreign Minister Dmitry Kuleba said his country is still holding out hope for more U.S. aid.
We have no doubts that there are votes in the Congress to support the appropriation, the supplemental bill, and provide Ukraine with further assistance. If it doesn't come, Ukraine will pay with human lives.
Kuleba also thanked Americans for the support they've already provided. As promised, the Biden administration today released a new package of sanctions against Russia, and former Supreme Allied Commander of NATO, James Stavridis, tells Bloomberg Surveillance these new sanctions target Russia's war machine.
Putin is a tough, long-range player, but his soldiers are dying in the hundreds of thousands. Hundreds of thousands of young men have departed the country, Russia, to avoid the draft. Long term, it's not a good hand of cards. We just need to keep our foot on the accelerator.
Admiral Stavridis is also a Bloomberg opinion columnist. A former FBI informant who was arrested last week for lying about President Biden and his son has been rearrested. A California judge now believes Smirnov is a flight risk and ordered him to be rearrested. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons.
headquarters. I'm Charlie Pellet. 240 on Wall Street. We have got the Dow, the S&P, both moving higher. We're looking at records right now on both. NASDAQ remains in the red right now. NASDAQ down 19 at 16,022 for the NASDAQ Composite Index. A drop right now of 0.1%. Small cap stocks, they're advancing. Russell 2000 up by 0.3%. To put that in context right now, the S&P higher by 5 at 5,092, was trading above 5,100. Right now, the S&P is up by about 0.1%. Dow Industrials up 45, gain there of 0.1%. 10-year yield 4.25% with a 2-year that's yielding 4.65%. Spot gold up 0.7%, 2,038 the ounce, while West Texas Intermediate crude down 2.6%, 76.54 a barrel on WTI. Warner Brothers Discovery shares trading lower, down now by about 8.8%. It had fourth quarter revenue of $10.28 billion. Estimates were for $10.46 billion. Warner Brothers Discovery's content includes CNN, HBO, Food Network, and the Cartoon Network, among many others. Again, Warner Brothers shares, they're down by 8.73%. Recapping, stocks pushing higher. Any close higher today will be another record for the S&P 500 index, up right now by 3 points. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, got it, Charlie. Thank you so much. Carol Master, Tim Stanovic live here on Bloomberg Business Week. Well, one of our most read stories on the Bloomberg today is about a Fidelity International money manager that dumped nearly all of his positions in U.S. Treasuries from funds he oversees. His expectations are that the world's biggest economy, the U.S. economy, still has room to expand. Check it out. It's a great read on the Bloomberg terminal and at Bloomberg.com. It's just kind of one of the resets we continue to see, Tim.
Yeah, on that reset, I want to bring in Maddie Dessner, head of Global Asset Class Services at Capital Group. Its global investment and management organization manages more than $2.5 trillion. Maddie joining us from Los Angeles right now. Maddie, good to have you with us. The reason you're on is because Capital Group is out with its 20-year capital markets assumptions report. It sets out some pretty clear expectations about where you all at Capital Group think the market is going. And when we say market, we're talking macroeconomics, equities, fixed income, and FX market performance over the next 20 years. Carol and I were talking about this.
How do you do this?
Yeah, I mean, how clear is your crystal ball to be able to help us understand what U.S. equity markets are going to do over the next 20 years and what emerging market equities are going to do over the next 20 years?
Well, it's a great question, Tim and Carol, and thanks so much for having me on. You know, when we think about the long term, you have to consider what is directional, what you know is about to occur, and then what you can assume for the long term. So really what our expectations are inputs to ensure that our clients are set up for success for the long term. And our expectation as we look forward is that they are. Actually, our broad expectation for a 60-40 portfolio is about 6% annualized over 20 years. And when we look through the asset classes, we've changed things a bit as we've seen action in the markets over the last couple of years. We've actually brought down our equity assumptions just by a bit, about 6.9% for U.S. equities, given the valuation change that we saw over the last year. Not extreme, but our expectations are that valuations are a little less attractive. And then for fixed income, we've actually brought up our expectations. You're seeing some equity-like returns out of fixed income sectors, particularly some of those extended sectors. So we really feel good about the puts and takes of the long-term expectations and the fact that investors will be set up for success as long as they stay invested.
All right, how do you figure it out? Like we said, your crystal ball, but what are these assumptions based on? I'm always interested in how do you make the sausage here in terms of investing. So what is it that these are based on in terms of kind of reducing your equity assumptions over the next 20 years, but maybe raising your fixed income assumptions?
Yeah, so we actually decompose the returns into building blocks. So as you start to pick apart the pieces, you can think about what will change in those building blocks. So we think about economic growth. Mm-hmm. What does that look like over the next 20 years? Productivity. What happens to the labor force? Inputs into demographics, how that picture will change over the next 20 years. These are knowable things. Our expectation of changing technology and the productivity of the workforce, we think that has a big impact on the expectations. And then, of course, currency. Certainly for U.S.-based investors of international assets, both developed as well as emerging, our expectations for the dollar and other currencies, how that impact the supply-demand dynamics and the balance of trade. And then, of course, the expectation of the change in share count. There's been quite a lot of buybacks, and that has changed the expectation for earnings for companies, for individual shareholders. And then the last thing is yield. Both on the fixed income and the equity side, our expectation is that you're going to start to see healthier dividend yields, particularly in the international space, less so in the U.S. And then, as I said before, starting yield and fixed income are much higher. So as we look at each of these building blocks, we sort of build up the elements from the bottoms up perspective and then look top down and ask ourselves, how realistic are these numbers?
Hey, Maddie, I want to dig into the equities research that you and the team over at Capital Group have done, because I was pretty surprised to see that over the next 20 years, you expect emerging market equities to outperform U.S. equities pretty significantly, and that surprised me given the outperformance we've seen from U.S. equities over the last 10, 15 years at this point.
Yeah, our expectation is that there are both cyclical and secular changes going on in emerging markets. So if we just frankly look at the inflation picture within emerging markets, inflation accelerated early on. Central banks started to ease or tighten pretty quickly, and now they're in the path of easing policy. So they're a bit ahead of us in that cycle. We expect to see an upturn from that perspective. There's certainly a benefit from a continued weakness of the dollar, which we expect to see over the long term. And then one of the most important things about emerging markets is the change in supply chains that we expect to see over the long term. So we know that Chinese growth is slowing due to demographic impacts as well as less than friendly market reforms. But what's happening is companies are starting to remove their supply chain exposure to China and going to places like India, like Mexico, like Southeast Asia. So we really do expect a resumption of manufacturing centers in those areas. And then the last thing I'll point to is that from an emerging markets perspective, the demographic picture, the age of the workforce looks a lot healthier than in some other areas of the world.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I'm also curious, here we are coming off a week where we were all agog over NVIDIA, right? Its results, its outlook, its impact on the trade continues to play out today. You guys did look at, as one of your key criteria, the changing technology on workforce. Talk to us a little bit about what's the changing technology that you focused on and its impact.
Yeah, it's a number of things, Carol. It's not just one. Mm-hmm. If we think about the impact of, how productive is every single worker? If everybody was doing the same jobs that they did in 1950 versus today, how much more can they build? How many more patients can they see? How long is the expectations for life expectancy and how that's changing? So things like artificial intelligence and how that's helping us do our jobs, cloud computing and how that's helping us be more efficient, and even some of the innovations in healthcare, whether it's gene therapies or immunizations, these will impact our longevity and frankly our health as a nation and as a world society. So all of these things are incorporated together to, from our perspective, significantly increase the productivity of each hour worked from individuals. So it's a bit of a give back to the giveaway that we have from demographics, because we know that this is an aging nation. Right. We're aging all over the world, and that will impact. Right.
We talk about that a lot here on the program, Maddie. We only have 30 seconds left, but we got to talk politics and how you factor politics into your analysis here, not just here in the U.S., but around the world. Just 30 seconds left.
Yeah, exogenous factors hard to incorporate into the actual analysis. So we really do try to look through that and think long term. From our perspective, though, as we look at the last 23 election cycles, what we notice is that markets trend up. On average, every single time. There's lots of volatility around the primary environment, but once we have, regardless of who sits in the administrative chairs, we tend to see up markets in that election cycle, more so than in non-election years. So we're pretty constructive.
All right. Really appreciate this and look forward. Hopefully we can get you back real soon. Maddie Dessner, she's head of global asset class services over at Capital Group, a global investment management group managing more than $2.5 trillion. Maddie, of course, joining us from Los Angeles. Coming up, we're going to talk about Options Insight, a bit more on the markets.
Yeah, looking forward to that. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Carvana shares surging now by 33%. Carvana topped Wall Street's profit expectations in the final 3 months of 2024 and said it does expect improved earnings this quarter, sending its shares up the most in 7 months as the used car retailer defies the challenges of high interest rates and inflation. Again, Carvana right now up by almost 34%. Cruise operator Viking Holdings has filed confidentially for an IPO as the travel industry continues to rebound from its pandemic-era slump. After yesterday's earnings-inspired 16.4% jump, NVIDIA shares up again today. NVIDIA is the first semiconductor firm with a $2 trillion valuation. NVIDIA right now up by another 1.7%. London-based Standard Chartered has pledged to hand back more money to shareholders as it outlines efforts to improve returns and reduce complexity at the emerging markets-focused lender. As it reported fourth quarter profits that beat analyst estimates, Standard Chartered also said it would kick off a fresh $1 billion buyback. ADRs of Standard Chartered up now by 5.2%. Warner Brothers Discovery reported earnings that fell short of estimates. Fourth quarter revenue came in at $10.28 billion. Estimates were for 10. Includes CNN, HBO, Food Network, and the Cartoon Network, among many others. Warner Brothers Discovery shares up by 8.8%. AXT shares soaring 50% after the maker of compound semiconductor substrates reported fourth quarter results that analysts see as strong. And those are our top company stories, and this is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, this is Bloomberg Business Week. Time now for Options Insight with Bloomberg News markets reporter Abigail Doolittle and University of Akron Endowment Chairman Dennis Gartman. Of course, investment world knows him for his much read and loved newsletter, the Gartman Letter. But Abigail, all yours.
Thanks, Carol. And Dennis, great to have you with us, of course, on this Friday. And the world also knows you for your love at sometimes of gold and sometimes not so much. But right now, we actually have the gold miners, I believe this year, maybe over a longer period of time, underperforming gold. Talk to us about what you see on gold here and the miners. Is that an opportunity, that spread?
I think if AI is going to have any effect upon economics anywhere, it's going to have an effect upon mining. And it surprises me that the gold miners have underperformed so badly relative to gold itself. There are times, I'm not a gold bug. There are times when you're supposed to be bullish of gold. There are times when you're supposed to be bearish of gold. I think this is a time to be bullish of gold. I think it's breaking, it appears to be breaking out to the upside. Take a look at GLD, which is the gold ETF. A close above 195 would be very impressive, and it's been moving from the lower left to the upper right. But I'd focus upon the gold miners themselves. So given the fact that they've underperformed so badly, and you have an outside reversal day, a new low and a close above the previous day's high in many of the miners, I think owning the mining stocks makes sense to me. Own GDX, which is the miner, the ETF. And I think one of the ways you can do it is buy the April 30s. The stock is trading around 26.75 at this point. Buy the April 30s, sell the April 32s. It's you'll pay 15 cents for it, but I think we'll end up seeing that goes to $2 over the course of the next month or two. Time shall tell. But that's an easy way to play the gold market, or just buy the April 30s outright. I think at this point, given the fact that we have an outside reversal day in GDX and most of the minor stocks today. So that's my focus this afternoon.
Well, let's bring commodities more broadly into the conversation because, of course, the U.S. this morning did announce sanctions against Russia for the war in Ukraine, along with the death of Alexei Navalny. And it's against 500 entities and people, but not commodities, not oil. It's not the 2018 sanction against Rusal, where we saw aluminum go up 39%. Are you seeing any signs in the commodity market, though, that sanctions against their commodities could come into play?
It depends. We have to remember that Russia and Ukraine are large exporters of not just crude, but also of, especially Ukraine, of wheat. And I'm actually turning quite bullish of wheat after a protracted period of time on the downside. take a look at owning WEAT, the wheat ETF. It's almost like owning a long call on wheat, given the fact that the WEAT is trading at $5 a share. I think if wheat itself goes to $8 a bushel over the course of the next 6 months to a year, WEAT will go to about $7 or $8 a share. I think that's a good return. We have the problem with the wheat market at this point is the fact that the United States wheat farmers are growing their have planted their fourth smallest wheat crop in history.
Dennis, we're actually up against the clock. I apologize for interrupting, but great perspective on gold, oil, and wheat. Thank you to Dennis Gartman for joining us for Options Insight. Carol and Tim?
All right, Abigail, thank you so much. You and Dennis certainly giving us a lot to think about when it comes to the commodities trade, as always. All right, folks, for those who are watching on TV, up next is the close. For those of you continuing with us on Bloomberg Business Week, the NVIDIA superlatives keep rolling in. Among our most read a story with Jeff Bezos, NVIDIA, and some other big tech companies and what they are doing in developing human-like robots. We're going to tackle that. That's coming up next. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, we're just about 1 hour away from the closing bell on this Friday.
You know what they say, Carol?
What?
Time flies when you're having fun.
We are having fun.
I can't believe we're 2 hours away.
Lucky.
1 hour away. 2 hours away from the end of our program.
Yeah, exactly. Yabba dabba do time.
All
just
right,
around
it
the
is. Is that what Friday is?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
It is. All right, we got a mixed market, folks. We're below 5,100 on the S&P 500, a little bit higher on the Dow, but down about 1% on the NASDAQ 100. So we're going to talk about the overall trade, but really get into and stay on what has been such a big subject of discussion this week, and that is NVIDIA.
Yeah, the superlatives just keep rolling in. Jeff Bezos, NVIDIA, and other big tech names investing in a business that's developing human-like robots. We're going to check in on the AI week that was.
I am a robot.
Not yet, but they're getting pretty close. Have you
coming.
seen these things at Figure? They're amazing.
They're coming for us. All right, everybody. Plus, don't forget the South Carolina Republican primary. It's tomorrow, and the home state of South Carolina to presidential hopeful Nikki Haley. It is her home state. They are kind of like, thanks, Nikki, for everything, but we kind of prefer the former president, Donald Trump.
Yeah, it raises questions about what her path is, depending on what happens there tomorrow. Also, David Weston is going to stop by with What's Up on Wall Street Week, because what a week it was.
Yeah, and we're joined by the woman who started her career selling cruises door to door. Yep, we used to do it that way. And then after more than 30 years was the CEO of a company you will certainly know. So lots to come in the next 120 minutes.
Yeah, first up, let's get a check on the day's trade and top business stories. Here's Charlie Powell.
Hi, thank you very much, Tim. Indeed, 58 minutes to go until it's yabba dabba do time, as Carol put it. That's when that closing bell clangs on Wall Street. S&P right now higher by 5. That is a gain of just about 0.1%. 5,092 on the S&P. Dow Industrials up 71 right now. We're looking at another record for the Dow and the S&P potentially. Another up week as well. The Dow up by 0.2%. Worth pointing out that the S&P is now at 5,092. Was trading above 5,100 today for the first time ever. NASDAQ in the red, down 25, drop there of 0.2%. 10-year at 4.25%, with a 2-year that's yielding 4.68%. Spot gold right now up 0.6%, 2,036 the ounce, while West Texas Intermediate crude down 2.4%, 76.69 for a barrel of WTI. Bottom line here, mixed market, stocks pushing higher, another record in sight. As for the overall market backdrop, Mona Mahajan is senior investment strategist at Edward Jones.
The fundamentals are intact to a large extent. We are seeing inflation moderate, albeit not in a straight line lower. We are seeing Fed rate cuts on the horizon, and we're seeing an economy that is holding up better than expected. So fundamentals are intact. Would we expect volatility along the way? Yes, but we would use that volatility as the opportunity. We don't see these corrections turning into something more nefarious like a bear market.
And you can hear more of that conversation on the Surveillance Podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. Want to update you on AXT shares. They are now soaring by 72% after the maker of compound semiconductor substrates reported fourth quarter results that analysts see as strong, along with giving a positive outlook. Substrates, by the way, are seen as the foundation of a semiconductor. Again, recapping, stocks pushing higher, S&P up another 7, up by 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Well, to say this is the week of AI, I think is an understatement, Carol, because just this afternoon, our team broke the news that Jeff Bezos, NVIDIA, and other big tech names are investing in a company called Figure.ai. It's a business developing human-like robots. This, according to people with knowledge of the situation quoted in this story. It's all part of a scramble to find new applications for AI.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. It's the third most read story on the Bloomberg today. At the same time, NVIDIA on its way to becoming the first semiconductor firm with a $2 trillion valuation. I believe we went above it earlier today, but we're right below it at 1.9994. We're close.
You can round up, Carol.
Yeah, well, yeah, you kind of can, but you can't. We got to see how we close. All right, the surge in shares yesterday, though, has left short sellers with about $3 billion in paper losses. That's according to an analysis by S3 Partners. Remember, there's two sides to every trade.
Hey, for more on the AI week that was, we turn now to Tom Giles, Bloomberg News Senior Executive Editor for Global Tech, joining us from San Francisco. Tom, I got to start with the news that you and the team broke a little earlier in the day on Figure AI.
Congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations. Some huge names behind this. Talk a little bit about what we know, but I think most importantly, what this company is working on, because when you say humanoid robots, I mean, these things literally do things that people can do.
That's right. Big week in AI. Thank you so much for having me on the show. A couple of our colleagues, Mark Gurman and Jillian Tan, broke the news about a whole slew of big name techies who are getting into and getting behind Figure AI, led by Jeff Bezos to the tune of $100 million. That puts in perspective the more than $8 billion of shares of Amazon shares that he's been selling lately. Now we know what he's doing with at least part of that, at least a tiny sliver of it. Yeah, Figure AI makes humanoid, human-shaped robots. These are the kinds of things, these are the kinds of machines that might be able to do tasks that are dangerous for humans. In many ways, there's a labor shortage in many industries. Bezos and Amazon have always been interested in how they can use machinery to do some of the tasks that ordinarily fall into humans, such as, working through grabbing boxes out of warehouses, things along those lines. You saw Amazon making a purchase in that area many years ago. This is a company that's doing some really interesting things. Their flagship product would do the kinds of tasks that, and we have yet to see exactly how effective this product is, but it's what it is it shows you how much people are interested in getting behind new applications for artificial intelligence. And this is a real who's who in tech. Aside from Jeff Bezos, you've got NVIDIA and several others. Go ahead.
Yeah, Tom, I was going to say to you, Carol, I mean, the Bezos name in here is so interesting, given that, I would imagine that people who are responsible for numbers at Amazon, Carol, might want to see it one day, the pickers in the warehouses actually be robots and not humans.
Yeah, and some of the pickers might like to move on to other jobs maybe and have that replaced as well. No, it is kind of interesting. And Tom, I think in a week where we were so obsessed with NVIDIA and its results and the use of its chips when it comes to machine learning, right? Like this has been our focus, that this idea that, wait a minute, using AI, advanced AI, to actually create robots that can maybe help us in our world at large. I think about healthcare, right? We talk about a shortage of healthcare workers. What if we could create workers that could really help out in that world as well? I mean, I don't know, your mind just kind of explodes. My mind does.
Yeah, absolutely. I have yet to see, the thing about robots is that a lot of companies have really tried to develop humanoid robots. There's one that is actually working as a working at the Sphere in Vegas, doing, working as an usher, for example. But there's a lot of companies that have not had that much success with humanoid type robots. Their use, their functionality has tended to be very limited. You're starting to see more applications in areas like delivery in terms of kind of manual labor, but just how specific and really the sky is the limit. What's also interesting about this deal is just how many big names are behind it. It's not just Jeff, but NVIDIA, which is kind of the company of the moment, right? $2 trillion. OpenAI, Microsoft, Samsung, LG, the list goes on and on and on. And it just goes to show you how many people are willing to put up lots and lots of money to find innovation in artificial intelligence.
Right. And this specific venture that you guys announced, as you said, Intel's venture capital arm pouring in about 25. You said LG, ARK Venture Fund, $2.5 million. So everybody wants to, it looks like, to have, Tim, at least some participation here.
Yes, it's
pretty wide.
It's really, really wide ranging. Hey, Tom, I want to get just your thoughts on the way the Valley is right now, because you've spent quite a bit of time there. And we've had some analysts in the last few days say this is like Dan Ives specifically say this is like a 1995 moment when it comes to technology, not a 1999 moment, meaning not a bubble moment. Just give us your temperature check of the Valley right now when it comes to AI frenzy and what you're seeing out there, and if you do see the signs that, we're at the beginning of something truly revolutionary.
Yeah, it is really tempting to make comparisons to earlier periods. The period when the internet was just taking off. I think it is a valid comparison to think about the impact that generative AI is going to have on innovation, and is really a paradigm shift in much the same way earlier big breakthroughs, including the internet, including cloud computing, including the development of the smartphone. I think there's a valid comparison to be made there. I don't think you can overstate the importance. Obviously, in Silicon Valley, with the boom and bust cycles that we see every few years, you got to be careful. But remember, the tech sector has been in a slump for years. And over the last several months, there might be a little bit of irrational exuberance. That said, what separates this from what we saw in earlier periods is this is real technology. It is stuff that has lots of real world applications, everything from robots to drug discovery, not to mention all the interesting things that you can do with DALL-E, ChatGPT, etc. It's real technology. It's making a real difference in the way people live and work and study and learn. So I think that there are legs to it based on the conversations we've had with analysts and investors who are really bullish on it. And look, there's a lot of smart people throwing a lot of money at figure AI. So it is something that you have to take pretty seriously.
All right. And your team, I got to say, Tom, reporting on it, breaking the news on it, it's always fun to kind of read and just follow where all of your reporters and your team are going. So thanks so much for coming on today. Tom Giles, he's Bloomberg News Senior Executive Editor for Global Technology here at Bloomberg News, of course, joining us out there in San Francisco. This is Bloomberg.
In my mind, I'm gone to Carolina.
Well, Donald Trump says he wants to bring the factories back. Nikki Haley did just that in South Carolina when she was governor, but that may not save her from a home state defeat in Saturday's Republican primary.
Yeah, without a win in the first handful of contests, Haley is vowing to stay in the race even if she racks up another double-digit loss here, Tim, as the statewide polls predict she indeed will.
Okay, meantime, in Alabama, IVF patients and providers are caught in legal limbo after the state's Supreme Court said frozen embryos are considered children. Both Nikki Haley and former President Trump have been forced to respond to that decision, with Haley saying that to her, embryos are babies, while Trump, in a long post on Truth Social, saying that he supports the availability of IVF.
We have a race on, lots to discuss. We've got the perfect person. Jody Schneider is political news director for Bloomberg Television and Radio. She joins us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. Tim and I were like, okay, where do we want to start with Jody? But then we saw Donald Trump come out with this post on IVF and supporting the use of it.
He's like breaking with a judge in Alabama who was only able to make that ruling because of what Trump did to the Supreme Court.
It felt unexpected, but it felt like he's strategizing ahead of tomorrow.
Yeah, I think all of that's true. I was surprised too because that's not. First of all, that's a long. I was going to say tweet, but he doesn't tweet. It's on Truth Social.
Whatever it's called.
Whatever it's called.
It's a longer post. It's a longer post.
It was long for him, and he was, fully in support of IVF and seemed to be really pushing back. I think partly he feels like he already has the evangelical voters. He sort of has made the case, I delivered you the Supreme Court you wanted. We have now gotten rid of Roe v. Wade. And I think he realizes that, doubling down even more in cases like this, that most Americans really do think this has gone too far. And it also is, a real question about an industry in America.
Right.
And so I
Which
think...
is like a 50 or 60 billion dollar industry. Elizabeth and I, our YouTube producer, we were like doing some research, like how big is this? It's massive.
It is. And I think he doesn't want to get in the middle of that. And if he already has the evangelicals in this post and in speeches he's made since this ruling, he's let it be known that, he is, pro-life and that he doesn't want to see abortion being given back to the federal government as a rule, that's the ruling in Dobbs. But at the same time, it's not it doesn't do him a whole lot of good to jump in on the IVF on the side of the Alabama court.
Well, that's what's so interesting, Jody, because we wouldn't even be having this conversation had President Trump not enabled the Supreme Court to, for lack of a better term, open up this can of worms here. Do you think voters are going to make the connection that the only reason IVF is at risk is because of what Trump did to the Supreme Court?
I mean, I think Democrats are going to make that case.
Not Democrats, though, right? Like, I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, his voters, so he needs the evangelical voters, and he has them. That became clear. I mean, Mike Pence jumped in that race, and he thought he was going to, peel some of that off, and he didn't. They very much view Trump. They're willing to look past a lot of things, including Trump's legal problems, including some of the sexual assault and harassment allegations, the Jean Carroll case. They're willing to look past all that because he delivered the court they wanted. And so I think that he's safe there. The question becomes for the general election, how much these kinds of things chipping away further at women's right to choose all kinds of things, could this hurt? We've seen in special elections since then, and we saw it in the Kentucky governor's race, that this was a good issue for the Democrats. But those are special elections, and when it gets to the general, is that going to be something that is winning for the Democrats, or really the other issues like the economy, like the border? Do they crowd that up?
Yeah, it's kind of mind-boggling trying to figure out really kind of what ultimately matters, whether, and maybe it's different for Democrats versus Republicans. This story, though, on the Bloomberg, South Carolina to Haley, thanks for everything, we prefer Trump. Here it is, her home state. The story gets into some of the things that she did for her state, right, in terms of bringing business in and kind of building it out. If she loses this state, is there still a way forward for her? Because she sounds like she's in it till the end.
Well, she trails the former president by 25 percentage points in South Carolina, her home state. It would take, it would be a miracle, be a Hail Mary kind of pass situation.
But she still brings in money.
But she is just today, her campaign announced that they're pouring money into their first national cable television ad buy. On the eve of South Carolina, they're kind of leaving South Carolina and looking to Super Tuesday. She said she will stay in through Super Tuesday. The question is what happens after that. And it gets harder for her. The way that the Republican vote counting system goes, you get bonuses almost for being the front runner. It's getting harder and harder for her, and she's already behind. She has not yet won a contest.
Jody, just in the last 30 seconds that we have, is her strategy basically to be there if President Trump can no longer run due to legal issues?
It certainly seems that way. She has not said that. She said, I want to be president. I'm qualified. I think, I do much better than Joe Biden. That has been her slogan. She's been obviously attacking Trump more and more, but it's hard to see it's hard to see what her path, her actual electoral path is at this point. You have to win at some point. So it would seem that she is, she's looking to be an alternative and also maybe looking to 2028.
Right, exactly. Like the longer she stays in it, like the recognition she gets from it and the coverage. needless to say, I know we're many months out, but it's still already an interesting race. Jody, thank you so much. Great to have you in studio. I know you're headed back to D.C. Jody Schneider, political news director at Bloomberg TV and Radio, right here in our Interactive Brokers studio. All right, you are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week, everyone. Coming up, we're going to talk a little bit about the crypto world. That's on our radar. That's next.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got 39 minutes to go ahead of the closing bells. We wrap up a holiday shortened trading week. Going to be an up week for the S&P. Could see another record at the close right now. 5,090. Up by 4 points. That is a gain of just about 0.1%. We did have the S&P trading above 5,100 earlier in the session. Right now up 4 points, higher by just about 0.1%. Dow Industrials up 82, on track for a record close there at 39,152, up 0.2%. NASDAQ in the red, down 44, a decline of 0.3%. Stocks are struggling to gain much traction. Big tech losing steam after that powerful rally driven by the artificial intelligence euphoria. We've got NVIDIA right now up by about 0.7%. 10-year 4.25%, with the 2-year now yielding 4.69%. As for the overall market backdrop, Mira Pandit is global market strategist at JP Morgan Investment Management.
We're seeing all-time highs not just in the U.S. on multiple indices, but also in Japan, in Germany, in France. And what we have seen over history is that just because you reach an all-time high doesn't mean you're buying at the top. Often we see these all-time highs cluster in a given year, and that's already been the case year to date, where today's all-time high could be surpassed easily next week.
And you can hear more of that conversation on the Talks podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. Warner Brothers Discovery shares, they're down now by 9.9%. This morning it reported earnings that fell short of estimates. Fourth quarter revenue, $10.28 billion. Estimates were for $10.46 billion. Its content includes CNN, HBO, the Food Network, and the Cartoon Network, among many, many others. Again, shares of Warner Brothers Discovery down now by 9.9%. Recapping, stocks are mixed. S&P at a record.